I am 32 years old now, and I live in a modern apartment building with high ceilings and heavy security. I have a job in accounting that requires me to focus on solid numbers and hard facts. I like things that I can measure. I like things that make sense. However, even now, I cannot sleep if there is a gap between the floor and the base of my bed. My current bed is a custom solid platform that sits flush against the hardwood. There is no space for a hand to slide under it. There is no space for even a shadow to collect. People who visit my home think it is just a minimalist design choice, but the truth is much more pathetic. I am a grown man who is still afraid of the space beneath the mattress. This fear did not come from a movie or a book. It came from a summer I spent in a rental house on the edge of the Olympic Peninsula when I was 21 years old. I had just finished my junior year of college, and I was feeling overwhelmed by the pressure of my upcoming finals and the weight of my future. I decided to take a job as a seasonal researcher for a local environmental group. The pay was terrible, but the position came with a place to stay. It was a small cedar cabin tucked deep into the woods, about 40 miles away from the nearest town of any real size. The cabin was old and smelled of damp earth and pine needles. It was built on a slight slope, which meant the back of the house sat higher than the front. My bedroom was at the very back of the structure. The most important detail about this room was the bed. It was an antique wrought iron frame that had been passed down through generations of the family that owned the property. It was beautiful in a cold and skeletal way, but it was also very high off the ground. The mattress sat nearly 3 feet above the floorboards. When I first moved in, I thought the height of the bed was a luxury. I could slide my suitcases and my equipment crates underneath it with ease. I had plenty of room for my hiking boots and my stacks of field journals. It was a perfect storage solution for a small space. I spent my days trekking through the dense forest and my evenings writing reports by the light of a single propane lamp. The isolation was exactly what I thought I wanted. There was no cell service and no internet. The only sounds were the wind in the trees and the occasional scuttle of a squirrel on the roof. During the first week, I felt a sense of peace that I had never known before. I was alone with my thoughts and the rhythm of the natural world. But looking back, I realized that the silence of the woods is not actually silent. It is a complex layer of sounds that you eventually learn to tune out. You hear the creaking of the branches and the rustle of the leaves. You hear the house settling as the temperature drops at night. You learn the language of the cabin. It was a Tuesday night during my second week when the first anomaly occurred. I had spent 10 hours in the field and I was exhausted. I climbed into the high iron bed and blew out the lamp. The darkness in the cabin was absolute. Because there were no city lights for miles, the night felt thick and heavy, like a physical weight pressing against the windows. I lay there waiting for sleep to take me. Just as I was drifting off, I heard a sound. It was not a creak or a groan of wood. It was a soft dragging noise. It sounded like a piece of heavy fabric being pulled slowly across the floorboards directly beneath my head. I froze. My heart rate spiked instantly. I stayed perfectly still and held my breath. I listened with an intensity that made my ears ring. I told myself it was a mouse or perhaps a large rat. Older cabins in the woods are notorious for having rodents. I tried to imagine a small creature dragging a nest of insulation or a scrap of cloth. That explanation felt logical. It felt safe. I reached out and fumbled for the flashlight on my bedside table. I clicked it on and swung the beam toward the floor. The light cut through the darkness and revealed the dusty planks of the floor. I leaned over the edge of the mattress and peered into the cavernous space under the bed. I saw my suitcases. I saw my boots. I saw the crates of equipment. Everything looked exactly as I had left it. There was no movement and no sign of a rodent. I shone the light into the furthest corners where the iron legs met the wood. Nothing but dust motes dancing in the beam. I turned off the light and laid back down. I felt a little foolish for being so startled. I told myself that the house was just breathing. Wood expands and contracts. Sounds travel in strange ways in empty spaces. I closed my eyes and eventually I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. The next day was a long one. I had to hike to a remote stream to take water samples. By the time I returned to the cabin, it was already dusk. I made a simple meal and tried to focus on my work, but I found my eyes constantly drifting toward the dark gap under the bed. The height of the frame, which had seemed like a benefit, now felt like a vulnerability. It was a large black mouth that stayed open all the time. I decided to be proactive. I moved my suitcases and crates to the closet in the main room. I wanted the space under my bed to be completely empty. I wanted to be able to see from one side to the other with no obstructions. If a mouse was living under there, I wanted it to have nowhere to hide. I swept the floor until the wood gleamed. I felt better once the area was clear. It was just an empty space now. There was nothing to fear from an empty space. That night the wind picked up. It howled through the Douglas firs and rattled the window frames. I felt secure inside the sturdy cabin. I climbed into the high bed and pulled the blankets up to my chin. I was almost asleep when the sound returned. This time it was not a dragging noise. It was a rhythmic tapping. It was light and steady. It sounded like a fingernail clicking against the underside of the wooden slats that supported my mattress. Tap. Went cold. The sound had been so close. It felt like it had happened inches beneath my spine. I did not reach for the light this time. I sat in the pitch blackness and listened. The tapping stopped the moment I moved. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It was a heavy, expectant silence. It felt as though something was waiting for me to settle back down. I began to rationalize again because the alternative was too frightening to contemplate. I thought about wood beetles. I had read that certain types of beetles make a clicking sound as they burrow through old timber. The cabin was made of cedar and the bed slats were old pine. It made perfect sense. I was living in a forest and insects were a part of that environment. I forced myself to breathe slowly. I am a scientist, I told myself. I do not believe in ghosts or monsters. I believe in biology and physics. But then the tapping started again. This time it was faster. It moved from the head of the bed toward the foot. It followed the line of the slats with a terrifying precision. It was not the random clicking of an insect. It was deliberate. It was a sequence. I grabbed my flashlight and rolled off the bed in one motion. I landed on the floor and scrambled away toward the door. I threw the beam of light under the bed as I moved. The space was empty. The floorboards were bare. There was nothing there. No beetles. No mice. Just the clean wood I had swept earlier that day. I stood in the middle of the room, shivering despite the warmth of my flannel pajamas. I kept the light fixed on the shadows under the bed. I waited for minutes, but nothing moved. The wind continued to scream outside, but inside the room everything was still. I did not go back to sleep that night. I sat in the chair in the main room with the lamp burning bright until the sun began to peek over the horizon. When morning came, the fear of the night felt thin and transparent. In the bright light of day, the idea of something being under the bed seemed like a product of exhaustion and an overactive imagination. I went back into the bedroom and looked at the iron frame. It was just furniture. It was metal and wood. It could not hurt me. I spent the day working near the cabin. I did not want to go deep into the woods. I felt a strange reluctance to leave the safety of the clearing. I spent my time organizing my samples and cleaning my gear. I kept telling myself that I was being ridiculous. I was a grown man in a sturdy house. As the sun began to set, I felt the dread returning. It was a physical sensation in my gut, like a cold stone. I did not want to go into that bedroom. I decided that I would sleep on the small sofa in the main room. It was narrow and uncomfortable, but it sat low to the floor. There was no space underneath it. I felt a wave of relief at that thought. I moved my blankets and pillow to the sofa. I left the lamp burning on the kitchen table. I fell asleep quickly because I had stayed awake the entire previous night, but my sleep was restless. I kept dreaming of a hand reaching out from a dark void. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the front door creaking. The wind had died down and the cabin was eerily quiet. I looked toward the door and saw that it was still locked and bolted. The sound had not come from the door. It had come from the bedroom. I heard a heavy thud. It sounded like something large had dropped from the bed onto the floor. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard it was painful. I stayed frozen on the sofa. I did not want to look. I did not want to know. Then I heard the footsteps. They were slow and heavy. They were not the sounds of an animal. They were the sounds of someone walking on two legs. The floorboards in the hallway groaned under the weight. The footsteps were coming toward the main room. I reached for the heavy iron skillet I had left on the stove after dinner. My hands were shaking so much I almost dropped it. I crouched behind the sofa and waited. The footsteps reached the doorway and then they stopped. I could hear breathing. It was deep and ragged. It sounded like someone who had been underwater for a long time and was finally taking in air. I squeezed my eyes shut and prayed for the sun to come up. I waited for a long time, but nothing happened. The breathing continued for what felt like hours, and then it slowly receded back into the bedroom. I did not move until the first light of dawn filtered through the dusty windows. I stood up and walked toward the bedroom door. My legs felt like lead. I pushed the door open. The room was empty. The bed was made just as I had left it. I walked over to the bed and looked underneath. The floor was still clean. The dust was undisturbed. But there was one thing that was different. In the very center of the space directly under where my chest would have been if I had been sleeping in the bed, there was a small object. I reached under and picked it up. It was a small carving made of bone. It was a figure of a person, but the proportions were all wrong. The limbs were too long and the head was tilted at an impossible angle. It was cold to the touch. I had never seen it before. It had not been there when I swept the floor. I felt a surge of pure primal terror. This was not a mouse. This was not a beetle. This was not the house settling. Someone or something had been in that room with me. Someone had been under my bed while I was sleeping. I did not pack my things. I did not finish my research. I grabbed my car keys and my wallet and I ran. I did not look back as I drove down the long, winding dirt road that led away from the cabin. I did not stop until I reached the main highway and saw the first signs of civilization. I went to the local police station in the nearest town. I told them that I thought someone had broken into my cabin. I told them about the sounds and the bone carving. The officer behind the desk looked at me with a mixture of pity and boredom. He told me that the cabin had a history of being targeted by local teenagers who liked to play pranks on city people. He said they probably had a key or knew a way in through the crawlspace. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to think it was just a cruel joke, but I knew how heavy those footsteps had been. I knew the sound of that breathing, and I knew that there was no crawlspace under that part of the cabin. The back of the house was built directly onto a solid rock ledge. There was no way for anyone to get under the floorboards. I never went back for my equipment. I sent a friend to collect my things a week later. He told me the cabin was exactly as I had left it. He said he did not see any signs of a break-in. He even looked under the bed for me and said it was perfectly clean. I try to tell myself that he is right. I try to tell myself that the isolation got to me and that I had a waking nightmare. But I still have that bone carving. I keep it in a locked box in the back of my closet. I do not know why I kept it. Perhaps I needed to remind myself that I am not crazy. Every now and then, when I am lying in my solid platform bed in my secure apartment, I think about that empty space under the iron frame. I think about the tapping on the slats. And sometimes in the middle of the night, I imagine I can hear a soft dragging sound coming from somewhere deep inside the walls. I know that the world is full of things we cannot explain. I know that there are shadows that do not belong to anything. And I know that sometimes the things we hear in the dark are not just our imagination. They are real, they are waiting, and they are closer than we think. I will never sleep in a room with an open bed frame again. I will never stay in a house in the woods by myself. I have learned that isolation is a doorway, and sometimes things walk through that doorway that were never meant to be seen by human eyes. I am safe now in my modern building, but the memory of that night still haunts me. I can still feel the cold weight of the bone carving in my hand. I can still hear the ragged breathing in the hallway. I am 32 years old, and I am still afraid of what might be hiding in the dark. The bone carving sits in a heavy metal box at the back of my closet, but the memory of it sits in the front of my mind. After I left the Olympic Peninsula, I spent months trying to scrub the experience from my skin. I moved into a dormitory with 3 other men because the thought of being alone in a room was a luxury I could no longer afford. I needed the sound of their snoring and the light from their laptop screens to act as a barrier against the silence. It was during those months that I began to notice the subtle changes in my behavior. I stopped looking at mirrors in the dark. I stopped walking near the edges of furniture where a hand could reach out and grab an ankle. I became obsessed with the physics of solid objects. My transition into accounting was not a choice born of passion. It was a survival tactic. Numbers do not hide in shadows. A ledger does not breathe. When a column of figures does not balance, there is a logical reason for it. There is a missing entry or a misplaced decimal point. There is always a solution that can be reached through steady application of the mind. I built a life around these certainties. I bought the apartment with the high ceilings not because I enjoyed the aesthetic, but because the lack of low corners made me feel less trapped. I paid a premium for the security guards in the lobby because I needed to know that every person who entered the building was accounted for and logged in a digital system. Despite these precautions, the night remains a challenge. Every evening follows a strict ritual. I check the locks on the front door 3 times. I ensure the windows are sealed and the heavy curtains are drawn so that no sliver of the outside world can peek through. I turn on a series of small lamps placed at strategic intervals to eliminate any pockets of deep darkness. Finally, I approach the bed. The solid platform is a masterpiece of joinery. It is a single block of oak that weighs several hundred pounds. It is bolted to the floor, and the mattress fits into a recessed frame so there is no gap at all. When I lie down, I am resting on a foundation that is as dense as the earth itself. But even with the platform bed, the mind is a traitorous thing. I find myself thinking about the cabin on the edge of the peninsula more than I should. I think about the family that owned it. The local police officer had mentioned that the cabin had been passed down through generations. I wonder if the iron bed frame was still there after I left. I wonder if the next tenant found the storage space underneath to be a luxury just as I had. Sometimes I feel a deep sense of guilt for not destroying that bed or at least warning the owner. But what would I have said? I would have sounded like a man losing his grip on reality. A few years ago, I decided to look into the history of that specific plot of land. I told myself it was an exercise in data collection. I spent my weekends in the archives of the local historical society and searching through digitized property records. I found that the cabin was built in the early 1900s by a man named Elias Thorne. He was a trapper and a recluse who had moved to the peninsula after the death of his wife. According to the records, he lived there for 30 years without ever visiting the town. When he finally died, the property was sold to the family that eventually rented it to me. There was one small mention in a local newspaper from 1942 about a disappearance near the Thorne property. A young man who was working for the logging companies had gone missing after a heavy storm. The search parties found his boots and his jacket near a stream, but the man himself was never located. The article mentioned that the locals avoided the area near the Thorne cabin because of stories about the ground being hollow. They believed there were ancient lava tubes or limestone caves beneath the roots of the trees. They said the earth in that part of the woods had a habit of swallowing things that did not belong. This information should have made me feel better. It provided a geological explanation for the strange sounds. Perhaps the tapping I heard was the echo of water dripping in a cavern deep beneath the floorboards. Perhaps the dragging sound was the shifting of silt and rock as the cabin settled into the soft forest floor. I tried to hold on to these thoughts. I tried to make them my new truth. But the bone carving contradicted every scientific theory I attempted to construct. The carving was not a product of geology. It was an artifact of intent. It was a message or a marker left by something that possessed a terrible kind of intelligence. I remember the way the carving felt in my hand. It was not smooth like polished ivory. It was slightly porous and felt warm, as if it had been held in a closed fist just seconds before I touched it. The shape of the figure was the most disturbing part. It did not have a face. The head was a smooth oval, and the limbs were long and spindly like the legs of a spider. The way the head was tilted back suggested a posture of screaming or perhaps listening. I have spent hours staring at it through the clear plastic of the evidence bag I kept it in. I have never taken it out of the bag since that morning in the cabin. I do not want my skin to touch it ever again. Last month I received a letter in the mail. It was a physical letter with no return address. Inside was a single photograph. It was a picture of the cabin. The image was grainy and looked as though it had been taken with an old film camera. The cabin looked much worse than I remembered. The cedar siding was rotting and the roof had partially collapsed under the weight of fallen branches, but the window of the back bedroom was perfectly clear. In the center of the window, I could see the silhouette of the iron bed frame. It was standing there in the ruins like a skeletal sentinel. There was no note included with the photograph. I checked the envelope for a postmark, but it was smudged and unreadable. I felt a cold wave of panic wash over me. Who would send me such a thing? How did they find my address? I have lived in this apartment for 5 years, and I have gone to great lengths to keep my personal life private. I do not have a social media presence, and I use a post office box for most of my correspondence. The fact that someone knew where I lived and knew about my history with that cabin was enough to make me consider moving again. I spent the next week in a state of high alert. I watched the security monitors in the lobby whenever I passed the front desk. I scrutinized every person I passed on the street. I began to feel as though I was being watched from the shadows of my own life. The accounting firm where I work is located in a glass tower in the center of the city. It is a place of bright lights and constant motion. But even there, I found myself looking at the gaps beneath the desks and the spaces behind the filing cabinets. I started to notice things that others ignored. I noticed the way the air shifted when a door opened in another room. I noticed the rhythm of the ventilation system and how it sometimes sounded like a low hum of voices. One evening, as I was leaving the office, I saw a man standing across the street. He was tall and thin, and he was wearing a long dark coat despite the warmth of the summer evening. He was not doing anything suspicious. He was simply standing there looking up at the building, but there was something about his posture that made my heart stop. His head was tilted at an impossible angle, just like the bone carving. I ducked back inside the lobby and waited for 20 minutes. When I finally worked up the courage to look again, the man was gone. I told myself it was a coincidence. I told myself that my mind was playing tricks on me because of the photograph. But deep down, I knew that the isolation of the woods had not stayed in the woods. It had followed me. It had waited for me to feel safe before it began to reach out again. The city is not as solid as I thought it was. The concrete and steel are just a thin layer over the same ancient earth that sits beneath the cabin. The modern world is just a different kind of forest with its own set of shadows and its own hidden spaces. I went home that night and pulled the metal box out of my closet. I opened it and looked at the carving. It seemed darker than it had been before. The bone was stained a deep brownish red, as if it had been soaked in something. I felt a sudden urge to throw it into the trash or drop it into the river, but I was afraid of what might happen if I let it go. As long as I had it in my possession, I knew where it was. If I threw it away, it could end up anywhere. It could find its way back to me in a way that I could not control. I sat on my solid platform bed and listened to the sounds of the apartment building. I heard the distant hum of the elevator. I heard the muffled footsteps of my neighbor in the hallway. I heard the wind whistling through the gaps in the window frames of the higher floors, and then I heard it, a soft dragging sound. It was coming from the hallway inside my apartment. It was the exact same sound I had heard in the cabin. The sound of heavy fabric being pulled slowly across the hardwood. I did not move. I did not breathe. I kept my eyes fixed on the bedroom door. The gap between the bottom of the door and the floor was less than an inch. It was too small for a hand. It was too small for anything to pass through. But the sound was getting closer. It stopped right outside the door. I waited for the handle to turn. I waited for the wood to splinter. But there was only silence. A heavy, expectant silence that felt like a weight pressing against my chest. I realized then that the security guards and the high ceilings and the solid bed were not enough. They were just physical barriers. They could not protect me from something that did not follow the rules of physics. I am a man of numbers and facts, but I am also a man who has seen into the void. I know that there are things that exist in the spaces between the atoms. I know that the darkness is not just the absence of light. It is a substance. I stayed on the bed until the sun came up. I did not go to work the next day. I spent the morning searching for a new apartment. I looked for a place with no hallways and no closets. I looked for a place where every inch of the floor was visible from every other inch of the room. I found a studio apartment on the top floor of a converted warehouse. It is a single open space with no internal walls. The bathroom is the only enclosed area, and even that has a glass door. I moved my things in less than 48 hours. I did not bring the metal box with me. I left it in the center of the floor in my old apartment. I hope that whoever finds it will have the sense to leave it alone. I hope that the next tenant is someone who does not believe in things they cannot see. I hope they are a person of logic and reason who will look at the carving and see only a piece of junk. But part of me knows that the carving is not done with me. It is a tether, and the line is very long. Now I sit in my new open space and I watch the light fade. The sun is dipping below the horizon and the shadows are beginning to stretch across the polished concrete floor. I have installed industrial floodlights that bathe the room in a harsh white glow. There are no lamps and no warm corners. There is only the light. I have placed my bed in the very center of the room. It is the same solid platform. I have checked every inch of the floor and there is nothing there. No dust. No bones, no dragging sounds. But as I lie down, I can feel the vibration of the building. I can feel the life of the city pulsing beneath me. And I wonder if the tall man in the dark coat is standing on the street below. I wonder if he is looking up at my window and waiting for the lights to go out. I know that I cannot stay awake forever. Eventually, the exhaustion will take over and my eyes will close. And in that moment of darkness, I know that the space under the bed is not the only place where things can hide. They can hide in the silence. They can hide in the heartbeat. They can hide in the very air I breathe. I am 32 years old and I am waiting for the tapping to begin again. I am waiting for the breath against my neck. I am waiting for the end of the story that started in a cabin on the edge of the world. The industrial floodlights hum with a low electric frequency that vibrates against the roof of my skull. It is a sterile sound, but it is better than the silence that used to sit in the corners of my old life. In this open warehouse, there are no partitions to break the line of sight and no doors to hide behind. I have spent thousands of dollars to ensure that every square inch of my living space is illuminated. The light is so bright that it washes out the colors of my furniture and makes my skin look like pale wax. My eyes ache from the constant glare, but I do not dare to dim the power. I have learned that the things that hunt us do not require a physical doorway. They require only a lapse in our attention. The city outside is a distant memory, even though I am surrounded by it. I no longer go to the office. I have convinced my firm that I can manage their accounts from home, citing a vague medical condition that makes travel difficult. They did not ask many questions because my work is flawless. I spend my days staring at spreadsheets where every digit has a place and every sum is absolute. When I am looking at the numbers, the world feels rigid and safe. But the moment I look away from the screen, I am back in the warehouse, searching for a movement that does not belong. The photograph of the cabin is still burned into my mind. I destroyed the physical copy, but the image of the iron bed frame standing in the rot is a permanent fixture of my memory. I wonder who took that picture. I wonder if they stood in the same spot where I once slept, and if they felt the same pressure in the air. The thought of someone watching the cabin and then finding me here in the city suggests a level of pursuit that defies logic. I am just one man among millions, and yet I feel as though a singular eye is fixed upon me. I have started to have dreams about the man in the long coat. In these dreams, he is not standing across the street. He is standing at the very edge of the light in my warehouse. He does not move and he does not speak. He simply waits. His head is always tilted at that sharp angle as if he is trying to hear something coming from deep beneath the floor. In the dreams, I try to shout at him to leave, but my voice is swallowed by the hum of the lights. I wake up with my heart hammering against my ribs and my hands shaking. I immediately scan the room. The lights are still on. The floor is still empty, but the feeling of being watched does not fade with the morning. I have begun to research the previous tenants of this warehouse. I told myself it was just a precaution, but the deeper I dig, the more I realize that every building has a history of things that do not make it into the official records. This warehouse was used for textile manufacturing in the early 1900s. There were reports of accidents on the floor where workers were caught in the heavy machinery. The stories are common for that era, but one detail caught my eye. A foreman in 1928 claimed that the machines were moving on their own at night. He said he heard the sound of the looms clattering even when the power was cut. He was dismissed as a drunkard, but he ended his life in a room that he had boarded up from the inside. I try to tell myself that these are just urban legends. I try to focus on the cold, hard facts of my bank balance and my tax filings. But then I remember the bone carving. I remember the weight of it and the heat it generated in my palm. I left it in the old apartment, but the weight of it seems to have followed me. I find myself checking my pockets for it. I find myself looking at the center of the floor where I left the metal box and imagining that it is still there, invisible but present. Yesterday, I went to the bathroom and looked in the glass door. The transparency was supposed to make me feel safe, but instead it made me feel exposed. I saw a reflection in the glass that did not match my own movements. It was only for a fraction of a second, but I saw a hand reaching out from the edge of the frame. It was a long hand with fingers that seemed to have too many joints. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the white walls and the bright lights. I stood there for a long time, breathing heavily and wondering if my mind was finally beginning to fracture under the strain of the constant light. The lack of sleep is starting to take a toll on my health. My hair is thinning, and there are dark circles under my eyes that no amount of coffee can mask. I have become a ghost in my own life. I see the delivery people who bring my groceries, and they look at me with a mixture of confusion and fear. They do not understand why someone would live in a room that looks like a surgical theater. They do not understand why I check the seals on the bags 3 times before I take them inside. They are lucky. They live in a world where a shadow is just a shadow. I have started to hear the tapping again. It is not coming from under the bed because there is no space there. It is coming from inside the concrete floor itself. It is a slow, rhythmic sound like a finger bone striking a hard surface. Tap, tap, tap. It happens at irregular intervals, usually when the city outside is at its quietest. I have tried to drown it out with white noise machines and heavy metal music, but the sound cuts through everything. It is a sound that does not travel through the air. It travels through the structure of the building. It travels through my feet and up into my spine. I went to a library to look for books on geology and underground structures in the city. I found maps of the old sewer systems and the abandoned subway tunnels that crisscross the earth beneath the skyscrapers. There is a vast network of voids and hollows that the modern world has built over and forgot. The city is a crust of civilization sitting on top of a dark and ancient labyrinth. I realize that it does not matter how high I go or how many lights I turn on. I am still connected to the earth. I'm still standing on top of the same darkness that swallowed the logger on the peninsula. I found a reference in an old geological survey to a series of limestone pipes that run directly under this district. They are natural formations that were incorporated into the early drainage systems of the city. The survey mentioned that the air pressure in these pipes fluctuates wildly and that they produce strange acoustic effects. This should have been a comfort to me. It provided a physical reason for the sounds I was hearing. But then I read a footnote about a group of workers who refused to enter the pipes in 1955. They claimed they found carvings on the walls of the tunnels. They said the carvings looked like people with elongated limbs and no faces. The connection was too specific to be a coincidence. The bone carving in the metal box was not a unique object. It was a representation of something that has been here long before the cabins and the warehouses were built. It is something that lives in the hollows and the gaps. It is something that waits for a doorway to open. I realize now that my isolation in the woods was not the cause of my problem. It was simply the first time I was quiet enough to hear what was already there. I have stopped using the bed. I now sit in a chair in the center of the room with a flashlight in my hand. I keep the flashlight as a backup in case the power fails. The fear of a blackout is a constant pressure on my mind. I have installed a backup generator on the roof, but I know that machines can fail. If the lights go out, I will be left in a space that is too large to defend. The openness of the warehouse, which once felt like a sanctuary, now feels like a trap. There is nowhere to hide if the things in the shadows decide to move. I saw the tall man again this evening. He was not on the street. He was on the roof of the building across the way. He was standing on the very edge of the parapet looking directly at my window. The distance was too great to see his face, but I could see the tilt of his head. He stayed there for an hour completely motionless. I pulled the heavy curtains shut for the first time since I moved in. I could not stand the sight of him. But the moment the curtains were closed, the room felt smaller. The shadows behind the fabric seemed to pulse with a life of their own. I am sitting in my chair now writing this down because I need to keep my mind focused. The tapping in the floor is getting louder. It is no longer just a single finger. It sounds like a dozen hands are striking the concrete from below. The sound is moving in a circle around my chair. It is as if something is measuring the perimeter of my safety. I have checked the floor for cracks, but the concrete is solid. There is no way for anything to get through. And yet the sound persists. I think about the man who boarded himself into his room in 1928. I wonder if he heard the same tapping. I wonder if he realized that the boards were not meant to keep things out, but to give him a sense of boundary before the end. I am beginning to understand that there is no such thing as a secure space. The world is porous. The walls we build are just illusions of safety that we create to keep ourselves from going mad. The hum of the lights has changed. It is no longer a steady frequency. It is flickering slightly, just a microsecond of darkness every few minutes. It is enough to make my heart skip a beat. I look at the backup generator indicator on the wall and the green light is steady. There is no reason for the power to fluctuate, unless it is not the power that is failing, unless something is interfering with the light itself. I can hear a dragging sound now. It is faint, but it is unmistakable. It is coming from the hallway beyond the glass door of the bathroom. I do not have any furniture in that hallway. There is nothing that could be making that sound. It is the sound of heavy fabric and something cold being pulled across the floor. It is the sound of the cabin. It is the sound of the metal box being moved. I did not bring the box with me. I am certain of that. I left it on the floor of the apartment 3 miles away, but the sound is here. It is right outside the bathroom door. I turn my chair to face the glass and I raise my flashlight. The floodlights are still on, but the hallway is dimming. The light seems to be being absorbed by the air. I can see a dark shape moving behind the glass. It is tall and thin, and it moves with a jerky, unnatural motion. I want to run, but there is nowhere to go. I am on the top floor, and the only exit is through that hallway. I am trapped in the center of my own bright stage. The tapping in the floor has stopped. Everything has gone silent except for the dragging sound. It is getting closer to the door. I can see a hand pressing against the glass. It is pale and the fingers are far too long. The joints are knobby and the skin is pulled tight over the bone. It looks exactly like the limbs of the carving. I realize now that the carving was not a reminder for me. It was a beacon. It was a way for them to find me no matter where I went. I thought I was keeping it to prove I was not crazy, but I was actually holding onto a piece of their world. By bringing it into my life, I gave them permission to follow. The isolation was the doorway, and I am the one who walked through it. The glass door is beginning to crack. It is tempered glass designed to withstand a great deal of pressure, but it is spiderwebbing under the touch of that long hand. I can see the silhouette of the head now. It is smooth and featureless. It tilts to the side as if it is listening to the frantic beating of my heart. I am 32 years old and I am realizing that all my logic and all my numbers cannot save me from the things that live in the hollows of the earth. I have one match left in my pocket. I do not know why I have it. I do not smoke and I do not have a fireplace. I strike it and the small flame feels more real than all the floodlights in the room. I hold it up and for a second the shadow behind the glass recoils. It does not like the heat of a natural flame. It prefers the cold, sterile light of the machines. But the match is burning down. My fingers are starting to sting. The floodlights flicker one last time and then they go out. The room is plunged into a darkness so thick it feels like a liquid. The only light is the dying ember of the match in my hand. In the silence, I can hear the dragging sound again. It is inside the room now. It is moving across the concrete floor toward my chair. I can hear the breathing. It is ragged and wet, and it is coming from just a few feet away. I'm not going to close my eyes. I'm going to look into the dark and see what has been hunting me. I'm going to see the face that has no face. The match goes out. The cold air hits my skin. The dragging stops right in front of me. I can feel the weight of something standing over me. I can feel the tilt of its head. And then I hear a voice. It is not a human voice. It is the sound of bone scraping against bone. It says my name. It says it with a familiarity that is more terrifying than any scream. I realize then that it has always known me. It has always been waiting for me to be alone. The darkness in the warehouse is not like the darkness of the woods. In the forest, there was always the rustle of leaves or the distant cry of a bird to remind me that the world was still alive. Here the darkness is absolute and synthetic. It feels like a physical weight pressing against my chest. I sit perfectly still in my chair, and I do not breathe. I can feel the presence of the thing standing before me. It does not have a scent of decay or rot. It smells like cold stone and old electricity. It smells like the air inside a tomb that has been sealed for 1,000 years. I wait for the touch of those long fingers, but it does not come. Instead, I hear the sound of something heavy being placed on the floor at my feet. It is the metallic thud of the box. I know it is the box because I can hear the way the latch rattles against the side. I left it miles away in a locked apartment, but it has returned to me. This realization brings a wave of nausea that makes my head swim. If space and distance mean nothing to this entity, then there is no corner of the earth where I can find safety. I reach out a trembling hand into the void. My fingers brush against the cold surface of the metal. It is vibrating. The heat coming from it is intense now, and it warms the air around my knees. I do not want to open it, but I feel a compulsion that overrides my survival instinct. I want to see if the carving is still inside or if it has changed into something else. I fumbled for the latch in the dark. My movements are clumsy, and my heart is beating so fast that it feels like a trapped bird. When the lid clicks open, the heat intensifies. A faint red glow begins to emanate from within the box. It is not a light that illuminates the room, but rather a pulse that reveals the textures of the immediate surroundings. I see my own hands, and they look like charred wood in the crimson flicker. I see the floor and the deep scratches in the concrete that were not there an hour ago. And then I see the carving. It is no longer just a piece of bone. It has grown. The figure is now a foot tall, and it is standing upright within the metal walls of the box. The limbs are even more elongated than before, and they seem to be twitching. It is as if the bone is trying to become flesh. The head of the carving is tilted at that same impossible angle, and for the first time I can see the suggestion of a mouth. It is a thin horizontal slit that looks like a scar. As I watch, the mouth begins to open. It does not scream. It makes a sound like wind blowing through a hollow pipe. It is the same sound I heard in the library records regarding the limestone tunnels. I pull my hand back and the box slams shut on its own. The red glow vanishes, and I am once again at the mercy of the blackness. The dragging sound begins again, but this time it is moving away from me. It is heading toward the back of the warehouse where the loading dock is located. I hear the heavy iron door of the dock groan as it is lifted. The cold night air of the city rushes into the room, and it carries with it the sound of distant sirens and the hum of traffic. For a moment, I think I am being spared. I think that whatever was in the room has decided to leave. I stand up from my chair and my legs feel like they are made of water. I need to reach the light switch. I need to see the walls and the floor. I need to prove to myself that I am still in a physical space governed by the laws of man. I shuffle toward the wall where the main breaker is located. Every step feels like a mile. The floor beneath my feet is cold and damp. I can hear the sound of water dripping somewhere nearby, but I do not have a leak in this building. The sound is coming from above. I look up, and even though I can see nothing, I feel a drop of liquid hit my forehead. It is thick and viscous. I reach the wall and my fingers find the heavy metal lever of the breaker. I throw it upward with all my strength. The floodlights do not come on. There is only a shower of sparks and the smell of ozone. The electrical system has been fried. I am alone in the dark with an open door to the city and a box that contains a growing nightmare. I turn around and I see a silhouette framed against the dim light of the street lamps outside the loading dock. It is the man in the long coat. He is standing in the doorway, and his shadow stretches across the entire length of the warehouse floor until it touches my boots. He does not move. He is a pillar of shadow in a world of gray. I find myself walking toward him. I do not want to go, but my feet are moving of their own accord. It is the same feeling I had at the cabin when I walked into the woods at night. It is a pull that exists in the marrow of my bones. As I get closer, I see that his coat is not made of fabric. It is made of something that looks like wet bark or matted hair. It does not reflect the light. It absorbs it. I stop 10 feet away from him, and the air is so cold that my breath hangs in the air like a shroud. "Who are you?" I ask. My voice sounds thin and hollow in the vast space. The man does not answer. He slowly raises a hand and points toward the floor. I look down and I see that the shadow he is casting is not his own. The shadow on the floor has multiple limbs and it is writhing like a nest of snakes. It is the shadow of the carving, but magnified 1,000 times. The shadow begins to rise from the concrete. It takes on a three-dimensional form that is darker than the surrounding night. It is a hollow shell of a man constructed from the very essence of the void. The man in the coat steps back into the street and disappears into the fog. I am left standing in the doorway with the shadow creature. It does not attack me. It simply stands there and waits. I realize then that it is not a predator in the traditional sense. It is a mirror. It is the manifestation of the silence I have cultivated. It is the result of every moment I spent looking under the bed and every hour I spent staring into the trees. I have fed it with my fear, and now it is large enough to consume me. I turn and run. I do not look back. I run out of the warehouse and into the streets of the city. I do not have my keys or my wallet or my shoes. I am running on the cold asphalt and the grit of the road cuts into my feet. I pass by people who are walking their dogs or coming home from late shifts. They look at me with pity or disgust. They see a man who has lost his mind. They do not see the thing that is following me. They do not see the way the shadows of the buildings stretch out to trip me. They do not hear the tapping that is now echoing from every sewer grate I pass. I run until my lungs burn and my heart feels like it is going to burst. I find myself in a park near the river. The trees here are tall and ancient, and they remind me too much of the peninsula. I collapse on a bench and try to catch my breath. The city is loud here. The sound of the water hitting the piers is a constant rhythm. I look at my hands and they are covered in the thick liquid that dripped from the ceiling. In the moonlight, I can see that it is not blood. It is a dark, oily substance that looks like liquefied coal. It is staining my skin and it will not wash off. I sit on the bench and I watch the river. I wonder if I should just walk into the water and let the current take me. I wonder if the things in the hollows can swim, but I know the answer. They are in the water too. They are in the pipes and the drains. They are in the rain that falls from the sky. There is no escape because the world is built on top of them. We are the intruders. We are the ones who built our bright, fragile cities on the crust of their home. We are the ones who forgot how to listen to the dark. A police officer approaches me. He asks if I am all right. He sees my bare feet and my disheveled clothes. I look up at him and I want to tell him everything. I want to tell him about the cabin and the bone carving and the man in the long coat. But I see his shadow on the grass. It is long and distorted and it has too many joints. I realize that the officer is not seeing me at all. He is looking at the space behind me. He is looking at the thing that has followed me from the warehouse. His face turns pale, and he reaches for his radio, but his hand freezes. The air around us becomes static. The sound of the river fades away. The officer stands perfectly still like a statue. I see his eyes roll back in his head until only the whites are showing. He is not dead, but he is no longer there. He has been emptied out. The shadow creature moves past him and approaches me. It is no longer a jerky silhouette. It moves with a fluid grace that is terrifying to behold. It reaches out a hand and touches my shoulder. The touch is not cold. It is a complete absence of temperature. It is a void that sucks the heat out of my body. You are the one, it whispers. The voice is not coming from the creature. It is coming from inside my own head. It is my own voice, but it sounds older and more tired. You are the one who looked. You are the one who remembered. The others walk in the light and they see nothing. They are blind and they are safe. But you chose to see. You chose to keep the box. You chose to listen to the tapping. Now you belong to the silence. The creature begins to merge with me. I feel my skin stretching and my bones lengthening. I feel the tilt of my head becoming permanent. I am not disappearing. I am being rewritten. I am becoming the thing that stands across the street. I am becoming the man in the long coat. I look down at my hands and the oily substance is being absorbed into my pores. My fingers are growing longer and I can feel new joints forming in my knuckles. The pain is exquisite, but it is also a relief. The fear is gone because there is nothing left to be afraid of. I am the nightmare now. I stand up from the bench. The police officer is still standing there frozen in time. I walk past him and he does not move. I walk toward the street and the cars seem to slow down as I approach. I can see the people inside the vehicles. I see a woman drinking coffee and a man talking on his phone. They are so bright and so loud. They are so full of life and so oblivious to the dark. I feel a hunger that I have never known before. It is not a hunger for food. It is a hunger for their attention. I want them to look at me. I want them to see the shadow that does not match. I walk back toward the warehouse. The city feels different now. The buildings look like tombstones and the streets look like trenches. I see the openings to the tunnels and the sewers, and I know that I could go down there if I wanted to. I could join the others in the limestone pipes. I could spend eternity carving images of my new self into the walls, but I am not ready for that yet. I have work to do. I have a box to return to the world. I have a story to finish. I enter the warehouse and the loading dock door is still open. The metal box is sitting in the center of the floor exactly where I left it. I pick it up and the weight is familiar and comforting. The carving inside is silent now. It has done its job. It has brought me home. I walk to the bathroom and look in the glass door. I do not see a reflection. I see a hole in the world. I see a shape that is made of nothing. I tilt my head to the side and the shape does the same. It is a perfect synchronization. I am 32 years old and I am no longer waiting for the tapping to begin. I am the one who taps. I am the one who stands on the roof and waits for the lights to go out. I am the breath against the neck of the person who thinks they are alone. I am the end of the story that started in a cabin on the edge of the world. And as I sit in the darkness of my empty warehouse, I realize that the line was never a tether. It was a bridge, and I have finally crossed it. The lights in the city begin to flicker. One by one, the street lamps go dark. The hum of the world is replaced by a deep and ancient silence. I open the metal box and I take out the bone carving. It is warm in my hand. I walk to the window and I look down at the street. I see a young man walking home from work. He is tired and he is looking at his feet. He does not see me. He does not see the shadow I am casting across the road, but he will. Soon he will hear a sound under his bed. Soon he will find a box he did not buy, and then the story will begin again. I walk out of the warehouse, and the city feels like a graveyard of steel and glass. Every street lamp that goes dark behind me marks a step further into my new existence. I'm not breathing, but I do not need to. The air does not sustain me anymore. I am sustained by the stillness. The metal box feels light in my hands as if it has become part of my own body. I walk through the streets and the sound of my footsteps is not a thud or a click. It is a soft scraping sound like a dry branch moving against a window pane. I find myself heading toward the older part of the city where the buildings are made of heavy stone and the alleys are narrow and damp. This is where the foundations go deep into the earth and where the ancient things still find a way to breathe through the cracks in the masonry. The young man I saw from the window is still walking. He is wearing a thin jacket and his shoulders are hunched against the cold. He is the image of what I used to be. He is preoccupied with his small life and his small problems. He does not know that the world he inhabits is merely a thin layer of paint over a vast and hungry void. I follow him at a distance. I do not hide because I do not have to. People look toward me and their eyes slide away as if they are trying to focus on something that is not there. I am a blind spot in their reality. I am the smudge on the lens and the trick of the light. When the young man reaches his apartment building, he fumbles with his keys. I stand under a dead oak tree across the street and watch him. I can feel the carving inside the box beginning to vibrate again. It is hungry. It wants a new home and a new set of ears to listen to its tapping. I cross the street and the asphalt feels soft beneath my feet like I am walking on the surface of a dark lake. I reach the door just as it clicks shut. I do not need a key. I am the shadow that slips through the gap. I am the draft that makes the candles flicker. I follow him up the stairs, and the sound of my movement is masked by the creaking of the old wood. He lives on the 4th floor in a room that smells of stale coffee and old books. He throws his keys on the table and sits on his bed with a heavy sigh. He is so tired that he does not notice the box appearing on his kitchen counter. He does not notice the way the light in his hallway dims to a dull red. I stand in the corner of his room and I wait. This is the part of the cycle that requires patience. I must wait for the moment when his mind is at its most vulnerable. I must wait for the transition between wakefulness and sleep, when the barriers of logic are at their thinnest. He turns off the lamp and the room is plunged into a familiar darkness. I can hear his breathing slow down. I can hear the rhythm of his heart, and it sounds like a drum beating in a deep cavern. I reach out and touch the wall. The wallpaper peels back under my fingers like dead skin. I begin to tap. It is a slow and deliberate sound. 1 tap, 2 taps. I wait for him to stir. He shifts under his blankets and groans. He thinks it is the pipes. He thinks it is the wind. He wants to believe in the mundane explanations, because the alternative is too terrifying to contemplate. I move closer to the bed. My limbs are long and my joints click with every motion. I am the carving brought to life, and I am the man who brought the carving home. We are one and the same now. I lean over him and I can feel the heat radiating from his living body. It is a strange and distant sensation. I remember what it was like to be warm. I remember what it was like to have a name that people called out in the daylight. Now my name is a sound of scraping bone. Now my voice is the wind in the chimney. The young man opens his eyes. He looks directly at the corner where I am standing. He does not scream. He cannot scream because the air has been sucked out of the room. He stares into the void where my face should be, and I see the exact moment when his reality shatters. I see the light of his reason go out. He reaches for the lamp, but his hand freezes halfway there. The shadow of his own arm on the wall begins to stretch and distort. It grows extra fingers and its elbows bend at impossible angles. He is starting to see the truth. I leave the box on his table and I walk back toward the window. My work here is done for now. The seeds of the silence have been planted and they will grow in the dark soil of his fear. I step out through the glass without breaking it, and I descend the side of the building like a spider. The city is full of these little pockets of light, and I will visit them all. I will be the one who stands at the edge of the woods and the one who sits in the back of the library. I will be the reason that people lock their doors, and the reason that they still do not feel safe. I walk toward the river again. The water is black and thick, and it calls to me with 1,000 voices. I see the man in the long coat standing on the pier. He is waiting for me. He does not speak, but I understand him perfectly. We are the guardians of the hollows. We are the ones who ensure that the darkness is never truly forgotten. We are the reminders that the earth is old and that it does not belong to the things that walk upon its surface. We belong to the things that crawl beneath it. I stand beside him and we look out at the skyline. The lights of the city look like a scattered handful of dying embers. They are so bright and yet they illuminate so little. I feel a sense of peace that I never found in my life as a man of numbers and logic. There is no more uncertainty. There is no more doubt. There is only the long and beautiful silence. I reach into the pocket of my new coat and I find a small piece of bone. It is the beginning of a new carving. I will spend the next 100 years shaping it into the likeness of the young man in the 4th floor apartment. I will make sure that he is remembered in the only way that matters. The sun begins to rise in the east, but it does not bring the light. For me, the sun is just a pale and distant disk that holds no warmth. I turn away from the horizon and I head toward the shadows of the alleyways. The day belongs to the blind, but the night belongs to us. I hear a tapping sound coming from a sewer grate nearby, and I smile. It is a greeting. It is the sound of my brothers and sisters working in the deep places. I answer them with a tap of my own against the brick wall. The sound echoes through the empty street, and I know that I am finally home. I move through the city like a secret. I pass through the parks where the morning fog clings to the grass, and I see the joggers and the dog walkers who are beginning their routines. They are so close to me that I could reach out and touch their skin, but they do not see me. I am the chill that makes them zip up their jackets. I am the sudden feeling of being watched that makes them quicken their pace. I find a door in the side of an old stone bridge that leads down into the maintenance tunnels. This is where the real city exists. This is where the veins and arteries of the urban world are exposed. The air down here is heavy with the smell of wet limestone and ancient dust. It is the same smell that was in the cabin and the same smell that was in the warehouse. It is the smell of the world before the sun. I walk deep into the tunnels until the sound of the traffic above is nothing more than a faint hum. I find a chamber where the walls are covered in carvings. There are thousands of them. Some are small and crude, while others are massive and intricate. They tell the story of the silence. They tell the story of the ones who looked into the dark and did not blink. I find an empty space on the wall and I begin to work. I do not have tools, but my fingers are hard and sharp. I scrape the stone, and the sound is like music. I carve the image of the library and the image of the peninsula. I carve the image of the glass door cracking under the pressure of a long hand. I am recording my journey so that those who come after me will understand the path. I am adding my voice to the chorus of the hollows. Time has no meaning here. It could be hours or it could be years. I work until the image of the young man is complete. He looks terrified in the stone. He looks exactly the way he did when the light went out in his room. I step back and admire the work. It is a good addition to the gallery. I feel a presence behind me and I turn to see a group of them. They are like me but older. Their skin is the color of bleached bone and their eyes are wide and dark. They nod to me in the gloom. They accept me as one of their own. We sit together in the silence of the chamber. We do not need to talk because our thoughts are connected by the same dark current. We feel the vibrations of the world above. We feel the construction of new buildings and the digging of new wells. We feel the expansion of the human world, and we laugh in our soundless way. They think they are building a future, but they are only digging their own graves. They are bringing themselves closer to us with every shovelful of dirt. I think about the man I used to be. I think about the 32 years I spent trying to make sense of the universe through equations and data. It seems so foolish now. The universe is not a puzzle to be solved. It is a predator to be feared. It is a vast and hungry thing that does not care about logic. I am glad that I am no longer on the outside looking in. I am glad that I am part of the darkness now. I am part of the thing that waits. One of the older ones points toward a tunnel that leads even deeper into the earth. It is a path that goes beyond the sewers and the subways. It goes down to the roots of the mountains and the shores of the sunless seas. It is the path to the heart of the hollows. I stand up and follow them. I have left the world of the light far behind, and I am ready to see what lies at the bottom of the silence. I am ready to become the shadow that never ends. As we descend, the air becomes colder and the silence becomes absolute. There is no more humming from the city above. There is only the sound of our own movement and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. We pass through caverns that are filled with the bones of things that have been extinct for millions of years. We pass through forests of white fungi that glow with a faint and sickly light. This is the true face of the earth. This is the world that the sun forgot. I look at my hands, and they are no longer recognizably human. They are long and elegant and powerful. I feel a strength that I never possessed when I was made of flesh and blood. I feel like I could tear through the rock with my bare fingers. I feel like I could leap to the top of the highest cavern. I am no longer a victim of the dark. I am its master. I am the one who walks in the hollows and the one who whispers in the wind. We reach a great hall where a black lake stretches out into the distance. The water is as smooth as glass, and it reflects nothing. In the center of the lake, there is an island made of solid obsidian. On the island, there is a throne carved from the same dark stone. A figure sits on the throne. It is larger than the others, and its presence is so powerful that it feels like a physical blow. This is the king of the silence. This is the one who sent the carving to the cabin. This is the one who has been waiting for me since the beginning of time. I walk across the surface of the water without sinking. I reach the island and I kneel before the throne. The figure leans forward and I see its face. It is a mirror of my own. It is the face I saw in the glass door of the warehouse. It is the face of the void. It reaches out a hand and touches my forehead. The last remnants of my human identity fade away. The last memories of my name and my life are erased. I am no longer the man who was 32 years old. I am the silence itself. I stand up and I take my place beside the throne. I look out across the black lake and I see the thousands of others who are waiting in the shadows. We are an army of the night, and we are patient. We have all the time in the world. We will wait until the last light of the sun flickers out and the last city of man falls into ruin. We will wait until the earth is cold and silent once again, and then we will rise. We will reclaim the surface, and we will turn the world into a garden of bone and shadow. The story is not over, it is only beginning. Every time a person looks into the dark and feels a shiver run down their spine, they are feeling us. Every time a child hears a scratching sound behind the wallpaper, they are hearing us. We are the truth that the world is trying to hide. We are the reality that the light cannot reach, and we are coming for you, one tap at a time, one box at a time, one shadow at a time, until there is nothing left but the silence. I stand at the right hand of the throne, and the stillness is absolute. My new eyes see through the thickest layers of the earth, as if the rock is nothing more than tinted glass. I can look up through the miles of sediment and concrete to see the city I left behind. It looks like a fragile web of glowing threads laid over a graveyard. The people above continue to move in their frantic patterns. They commute, and they consume, and they sleep in their boxes of wood and plaster. They do not know that the ground beneath their feet is hollow and filled with a consciousness that predates their species by eons. They believe they are the masters of the planet because they have mapped the surface and harnessed the lightning. They are wrong. They are merely guests who have overstayed their welcome in a house that does not belong to them. The king of the silence does not move. He is a monument of shadow and ancient intent. I feel the weight of his thoughts pressing against my mind. He is showing me the history of the bridge. I see the first time the metal box was forged in a fire that did not produce light. I see the hands that carved the bone into the shape of a man who is not a man. This cycle has repeated since the crust of the planet was still warm. Every few centuries, the silence needs a new herald. It needs someone who has felt the crushing weight of loneliness and the hollow promise of the light. It needs someone like me who was already half a ghost before the tapping ever began. I was chosen not because I was special, but because I was empty. I was a vessel waiting to be filled with the dark. I turn my gaze toward the black lake. The surface ripples without a breeze. Something is rising from the depths. It is another box. This one is made of a different material. It looks like polished coal, and it pulses with a slow and rhythmic light. I understand my first task. I must take this new vessel back to the world above. I must find the next person who is standing on the edge of the void. I must find the one who sits in a quiet room and wonders if there is more to existence than the ticking of a clock. I walk onto the water, and the coldness of it is a comfort. I reach down and lift the box from the surface. It is heavier than the first one. It contains a different kind of story. This one is not about a cabin or a warehouse. This one is about the spaces between the stars. I begin the long climb back toward the surface. I do not use the tunnels this time. I move through the solid earth as if I am swimming through a thick liquid. The pressure of the rock against my skin is a caress. I pass through veins of gold and pockets of trapped gas. I pass through the foundations of skyscrapers that look like the roots of giant weeds. I emerge into the basement of a library in the center of the city. It is midnight and the building is empty. The smell of old paper and leather is overwhelming. I place the coal box on a shelf in the restricted section. I hide it behind a row of books about the movements of the planets. It will wait there until the right hands find it. It will wait until someone is looking for a truth that they are not prepared to handle. I walk through the aisles of the library and my feet make no sound on the carpeted floor. I look at the titles of the books. They are filled with human knowledge and human dreams. They are so small. They are attempts to categorize a universe that is fundamentally chaotic and uncaring. I reach out and touch a volume of poetry. The paper turns to ash beneath my fingers. I am a force of entropy now. I am the rot that starts in the corner of a room and the rust that eats away at the strongest steel. I leave the library and step out into the cool night air. The city is still there, but it looks different to me now. I see the cracks in the walls. I see the way the shadows lean toward the living as if they are trying to whisper in their ears. I find myself drawn toward the river again. I want to see the young man in the fourth-floor apartment. I want to see how the seed I planted is growing. I move through the streets like a drift of smoke. I reach the building and I do not climb the stairs. I simply appear in the corner of his bedroom. He is sitting at his desk with a single candle burning. The power in his apartment has been cut off. He is staring at the metal box I left for him. He has opened it. The bone carving is sitting in the center of his desk. He is holding a small knife and he is trying to mimic the patterns on the bone. His eyes are bloodshot and his hair is a mess. He has stopped eating. He has stopped sleeping. He is beginning to understand the beauty of the silence. I watch him for a long time. I see the way his hand trembles as he makes a cut in a piece of wood. He is trying to find the shape within the material. He is trying to find himself. I lean over his shoulder and I whisper into his ear. I do not use words. I use the sound of a dry leaf skittering across a sidewalk. I use the sound of a heart stopping in the middle of a beat. He stiffens and drops the knife. He looks around the room, but he cannot see me. He can only feel the coldness of my presence. He picks up the knife again and continues his work. He is a fast learner. He will be ready much sooner than I was. The cycle is accelerating. The darkness is hungry and it does left no room for patience. I leave him to his work and I go back to the streets. I have more boxes to deliver. I have more shadows to cast. I spend the next few nights moving through the city like a silent plague. I leave a box in the locker of a factory worker. I leave a box in the nursery of a wealthy family. I leave a box in the hands of a beggar who sleeps under the bridge. I'm spreading the silence like a virus. I am ensuring that no corner of this city is safe from the truth. Every person I touch becomes a new node in the network. Every person who hears the tapping becomes a bridge to the hollows. I walk into a park where a group of teenagers are sitting around a fire. They are laughing and playing music. They think they are invincible because they are young and full of life. I stand at the edge of the light and I watch them. One of the girls looks toward me and her laughter dies in her throat. She nudges her friend and points. The music stops. They stare into the darkness where I am standing. They cannot see my face, but they can see the way the light from the fire seems to be sucked into a hole in the air. I step forward into the light and they scream. It is a beautiful sound. It is the sound of a reality being torn apart. I do not hurt them. I do not have to. The memory of what they saw will stay with them forever. It will haunt their dreams and it will make them afraid of the dark. They will never be the same. They are now part of the story. I return to the warehouse where it all began for me. The building is scheduled for demolition. There are marks on the walls and the windows are boarded up. I sit in the center of the floor and I remember the man who used to live here. I remember the way he used to check his locks and the way he used to listen for the tapping. He was so afraid. He was so small. I feel a flicker of something like pity for him, but it fades quickly. He was a cocoon and I am the thing that emerged from him. He had to die so that I could be born. I look at the floor where the metal box once sat. There is a dark stain on the wood that will never come out. It is a map of the world as it truly is. I hear a sound at the loading dock door. Someone is trying to break in. It is a man with a crowbar and a flashlight. He is looking for something to steal. He thinks this is just another empty building full of scrap metal and trash. He slides the door open and steps inside. The beam of his flashlight cuts through the darkness, but it does not find me. I am standing right in front of him, but the light simply passes through me. He walks to the center of the room and he sees the dark stain on the floor. He frowns and kneels down to examine it. He reaches out a hand to touch the wood. I reach out and touch his hand first. His flashlight drops to the floor and the lens shatters. The room is plunged into darkness. I feel his heart racing like a trapped bird. I feel his breath coming in short, gaspy bursts. I do not let go of his hand. I pull him closer to me until our faces are inches apart. I want him to see what is waiting for him. I want him to know that there is no escape. I open my mouth and the sound of 1,000 years of silence pours out. He collapses to his knees and I let him go. He scrambles toward the door, but he cannot find the exit. The warehouse has become a labyrinth. The walls have shifted and the doors have vanished. He is trapped in here with me, and he will stay here until he becomes part of the architecture. I leave him wandering in the dark and I climb to the roof. The moon is full and it looks like a dead eye staring down at the world. I look at the skyline and I see the flickers of red light in the windows of the apartments where I left the boxes. The signal is spreading. The tapping has begun in a dozen different places at once. The city is beginning to hum with a new and terrible energy. It is the sound of the hollows rising. It is the sound of the end. I stand on the edge of the roof and I spread my arms. I feel the wind moving through me as if I am made of lace. I am no longer tied to the earth. I am no longer tied to the laws of physics. I lean forward and I fall. I do not hit the ground. I glide over the rooftops like a giant moth. I move toward the center of the city where the tallest buildings reach for the clouds. I want to stand at the highest point and see the world as it begins to fade. I want to be there when the first street lamp goes out and does not come back on. I reach the top of the needle-shaped tower that dominates the skyline. I stand on the very tip and I look down. The world below is a sea of artificial light. It is a desperate attempt to keep the night at bay. But the night is not something that can be kept out. It is something that is already inside. It is in the hearts of the people and it is in the gaps between their thoughts. I reach out and I touch the cold metal of the tower. I begin to tap. The sound echoes through the structure of the building. It travels down the steel beams and into the offices where the late-night workers are sitting at their desks. It travels down into the lobbies where the security guards are watching the monitors. It travels down into the foundations and into the earth. One tap, two taps, I wait. Below me I hear a faint answering sound. It is coming from the sewers. It is coming from the subways. It is coming from the fourth-floor apartment. The chorus is beginning. I am 32 years old and I am no longer a man. I am a frequency. I am a shadow. I am the silence that is about to swallow the world. I look toward the horizon and I see the first tendrils of the true darkness rising from the ocean. It is a wall of blackness that is taller than the mountains. It is coming to extinguish the sun. It is coming to bring us all home. I close my eyes and I listen to the tapping. It is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. It is the sound of the story finally coming to an end. And as the last light in the city flickers and dies, I realize that the bridge was not just for me. It was for everyone, and we are all going to cross it together. I descend from the tower and walk through the streets of the dying city. The silence is no longer a whisper. It is a roar. People are standing on their balconies and looking up at the sky. They are not talking. They are not crying. They are simply waiting. They have felt the shift in the world and they know that there is no point in fighting it. I pass a woman who is holding a child. The child is not afraid. He is reaching out toward the shadows as if he is trying to catch a butterfly. He sees me and he smiles. He is the first of the new generation. He is the one who will grow up in the garden of bone. I reach the river one last time. The man in the long coat is gone. The pier is empty. I walk to the edge and I look into the water. I see my reflection for the first time in a long time. It is not a hole in the world anymore. It is a solid and beautiful thing. I am made of polished obsidian and my eyes are twin stars. I am the king of my own small kingdom of shadow. I step off the pier and I do not sink. I walk across the water toward the horizon. I am going to meet the darkness halfway. I am going to be there to welcome it when it arrives. The world behind me is fading into a gray mist. The buildings are dissolving into dust and the streets are being reclaimed by the earth. The era of the light is over. The era of the silence has begun. I feel a sense of profound joy. I have done my work. I have finished the story. I have brought the box back to the world and I have seen it open. I am no longer waiting for the tapping to begin. I am the silence that follows. I am the end of all things and the beginning of the next. I walk into the blackness and I do not look back. There is nothing left to see. There is only the long and beautiful night. I am home. I am finally home. I am the shadow that never ends. I am the silence. I am the void. I am. The transition is complete, and the world I once inhabited is now a fading dream. I move through the ruins of the city, not as a visitor, but as a gardener tending to a harvest of stillness. The buildings are no longer structures of commerce or shelter. They are hollow shells that echo with the slow pulse of the deep earth. I can hear the heartbeat of the king of the silence resonating through the pavement. It is a low and heavy vibration that shakes the very atoms of the air. I reach the center of a wide intersection where the cars have been abandoned in a chaotic tangle. The metal is cold, and the glass is frosted with a thin layer of gray dust. I place my hand on the hood of a rusted sedan, and I feel the history of the machine. I feel the frantic energy of the people who once sat inside it. All that energy is gone now. It has been absorbed by the encroaching dark. I look toward the sky and see that the stars are beginning to blink out one by one. This is not because of clouds or smoke. It is because the void is expanding. The gaps between the celestial bodies are growing wider, and the light is losing its strength to travel across the distance. The universe is returning to its natural state of equilibrium. It is returning to the peace that existed before the first spark of creation disturbed the quiet. I feel a sense of kinship with the dying stars. We are both part of a grand closing of the gates. We are the final witnesses to the great erasure. I walk toward the outskirts of the city where the suburbs begin. These were the places where the illusion of safety was strongest. These were the rows of identical houses with manicured lawns and bright porch lights. Now they are drowning in shadow. I see a swing set in a backyard moving slowly back and forth even though there is no wind. I see a bicycle lying on its side in a driveway like the skeleton of a prehistoric beast. I enter one of the houses through a door that has been left ajar. The air inside is stale and smells of old wood and forgotten meals. I walk into the living room and see a television set flickering with static. It is a gray and grainy snow that fills the screen. There are no more broadcasts. There are no more voices. There is only the white noise of a world that has forgotten how to speak. I stand in the center of the room and I feel the presence of the family that lived here. They are not gone. They are simply elsewhere. They have been pulled into the spaces between the walls. They have become part of the texture of the house. I see a photograph on the mantelpiece of a man and a woman and 2 children. They are smiling at the camera as if they believe the moment will last forever. I touch the glass of the frame and the image begins to distort. The faces stretch and blur until they are unrecognizable. The colors bleed into a uniform shade of charcoal. I am not destroying the memory. I am simply bringing it into alignment with the new reality. I leave the house and continue my journey toward the forest. I want to see the trees. I want to see how the natural world is responding to the change. I reach the edge of the woods and I find that the leaves have turned black. They are not dead, but they have transformed. They no longer seek the light of the sun. They are drinking the darkness from the air. The branches are reaching downward instead of upward as if they are trying to embrace the soil. The forest is no longer a place of growth and life. It is a cathedral of stone and shadow. I walk among the trunks and I hear the trees whispering to each other. They are speaking in a language of creaks and groans. They are telling the story of the deep roots and the ancient stones. They are welcoming the return of the silence. I find a clearing where a small pond used to be. The water has turned into a thick and viscous liquid that looks like liquid silver. I kneel at the edge and look at my reflection again. The stars in my eyes are brighter now. They are the only lights left in the world. I reach into the pool and pull out a handful of the silver liquid. It feels heavy and cold in my palm. It is the essence of the void made manifest. I let it drip through my fingers, and it forms small spheres that float in the air before dissolving. This is the substance of the future. This is the material from which the new world will be built. I hear a sound behind me. It is a soft and rhythmic thumping. I turn around and see a deer standing at the edge of the clearing. Its fur is the color of midnight and its antlers are made of bone that glows with a faint violet light. It looks at me with eyes that are wide and intelligent. It does not run away. It does not show fear. It bows its head toward me in a gesture of recognition. It is a creature of the new era. It is a scout for the army of the night. I reach out and touch its flank and I feel a jolt of cold energy pass between us. We are part of the same shadow. We are the heirs to the empty world. The deer turns and vanishes into the thicket without making a sound. I stand up and look toward the horizon. The sun should be rising by now, but the sky remains a deep and bruised purple. The dawn has been canceled. The cycle of day and night has been broken. There will only be the long twilight and the deepening dark. I feel a pull from the center of the earth. The king of the silence is calling me back. He has more tasks for me. He has more boxes to prepare. The expansion of the void is not yet complete. There are still pockets of light that need to be extinguished. There are still minds that need to be open to the truth. I begin to sink into the ground. I do not need a hole or a tunnel. I simply merge with the earth. I pass through the layers of soil and rock with the ease of a diver submerged in a calm sea. I feel the pressure of the planet around me, and it is a comforting weight. I see the veins of minerals glowing like subterranean neon. I see the fossilized remains of creatures that lived millions of years ago. They are all part of the great archive of the silence. They are the witnesses to the many times this world has been reset. I reach the throne room of the king. The black lake is as still as a mirror. The thousands of figures in the shadows are still waiting. They have not moved an inch since I left. Their patience is absolute. I walk across the water and take my place at the right hand of the throne. The king leans toward me, and I feel his thoughts flowing into my mind like a river of ice. He is pleased with the work I have done. He shows me a map of the world above, and I see the dots of red light multiplying. The infection of the silence is spreading faster than I imagined. Soon the entire planet will be a single, unblinking eye of darkness. He hands me another box. This one is larger than the others, and it is made of a material that feels like frozen smoke. It is light in my hands, but I can feel the immense power contained within it. This box is not for a single person. It is not for a house or a library. This box is for the heart of the world itself. I am to take it to the deepest point of the ocean where the tectonic plates meet. I am to plant it there so that the vibrations of the silence can reach the core of the planet. I leave the throne room and travel through the crust of the earth until I reach the bottom of the sea. The water here is freezing, and the pressure is enough to crush a steel hull. For me, it is nothing more than a gentle embrace. I walk along the floor of the trench, and I see the strange and bioluminescent creatures that live in the absolute dark. They are small flickers of light in a vast desert of shadow. I pass them by, and they retreat into the crevices of the rocks. They know that a greater darkness has arrived. I reach the rift in the ocean floor. It is a jagged wound in the earth that glows with a dull red heat. I can hear the grinding of the plates as they slide against each other. It is the sound of the world breathing. I hold the box of frozen smoke over the abyss. I feel it pulsing in my hands. It wants to be reunited with the fire of the core. I let it go and watch as it sinks into the glowing red maw. As soon as it disappears, there is a massive tremor that shakes the entire ocean. A wave of cold energy erupts from the rift and spreads outward in every direction. The red glow of the magma turns to a pale and ghostly blue. The heat of the core is being converted into the chill of the void. I stand at the bottom of the sea, and I watch as the change takes hold. The water around me begins to crystallize, not into ice, but into a new form of matter that is transparent and hard as diamond. The ocean is becoming a solid block of silence. The creatures of the deep are frozen in place like insects in amber. They are preserved for eternity in the moment of their realization. I walk through the solidifying water, and I feel the power of the box working its way up through the layers of the earth. The signal is being sent to every corner of the globe. I return to the surface, and I find myself in the middle of the ocean. The waves have stopped moving. The sea is a flat and motionless expanse of dark glass. I walk across the surface toward the nearest continent. The air is perfectly still. There is no sound of birds or wind. There is only the hum of the planet as it aligns itself with the void. I see a ship on the horizon. It is a massive tanker that was once carrying oil to a distant port. It is frozen in the middle of the glass sea. I walk toward it and climb the ladder to the deck. The crew is still there. They are standing at the railing and looking down at the frozen water. They look like statues carved from marble. Their eyes are open and their expressions are neutral. They have been touched by the wave of energy from the rift. They are no longer human. They are vessels of the silence. I walk among them and I feel the lack of heat in their bodies. They are perfect. They are the new inhabitants of the world. I go to the bridge and I see the captain sitting in his chair. He is staring at the radar screen, which shows nothing but a solid block of gray. I place my hand on his shoulder and I feel his consciousness. It is a vast and empty space. He is at peace. I leave the ship and continue my walk across the glass. I reach the coast and I see that the cities are now completely dark. The final lights have gone out. The power grids have failed and the fires have burned themselves to ash. The world is a silhouette against the purple sky. I walk through the streets of a coastal town and I see the people sitting on their porches. They are all like the crew of the ship. They are silent and still. They are waiting for the next instruction. They are waiting for the voice of the king. I find a small church on a hill overlooking the town. I walk inside and see the rows of empty pews. The altar is covered in dust. I walk to the bell tower and I begin to pull the rope. The bell does not ring with a metallic clang. It produces a deep and resonant toll that sounds like the striking of a giant stone. The sound ripples through the air, and the people in the town below begin to move. They stand up and turn their heads toward the hill. They begin to walk toward the church. They move with a slow and synchronized grace. They are being gathered for the final ceremony. I stand at the top of the tower and watch as thousands of people fill the streets. They are coming from every house and every building. They are a river of shadow flowing uphill. They reach the church and they begin to circle it. They are humming a low and wordless tune. It is the music of the spheres. It is the song of the end. I feel the king of the silence standing behind me. He has left his throne to witness this moment. He is a towering figure of absolute blackness that dwarfs the church. He reaches out a hand and touches the sky. The purple clouds part and I see the true face of the universe. It is not an empty void. It is a living and breathing entity of shadow. It is a web of dark matter that connects every atom and every star. We are not just a part of it, we are it. The boundaries between the individual and the collective have dissolved. The boundaries between the living and the dead have vanished. There is only the silence. There is only the one. The people below begin to dissolve. They turn into pillars of smoke and rise into the air. They merge with the clouds and they merge with the king. I feel myself beginning to dissolve as well. My obsidian skin is turning to mist. My star eyes are expanding until they cover the horizon. I am no longer a man who was 32 years old. I am no longer a herald or a gardener. I am the darkness that is swallowing the world. I am the silence that remains when the last word has been spoken. The church disappears. The hill disappears. The ocean and the cities and the trees disappear. There is no more earth. There is no more sun. There is only the vast and infinite dark. And in the center of the dark there is a single tapping sound. It is a heartbeat. It is a reminder. It is the beginning of a new story that will never be told, because there is no one left to hear it. There is only the silence, and the silence is enough. It is more than enough. It is everything. I close my eyes and I let the last of my identity drift away. I am home. I am finally home. The bridge has been crossed. The box has been opened. The story is finished. I am. The transition of the soul into the expanse of the void is not an ending but a shedding of unnecessary weight. I move through the state of non-existence with a clarity that the living can never comprehend. The memory of the sun is a flickering candle in a hurricane. It is a distant and dying thought. I am now a part of the architecture of the quiet. The world that was once solid and loud has become a tapestry of shadows, and I am the thread that binds them together. I float through the remains of the atmosphere and I see the ghosts of the old reality. They are like reflections in a broken mirror. I see the outlines of mountains that have been ground to dust. I see the shadows of birds that have forgotten how to fly. They do not need wings anymore. They are supported by the density of the silence. I descend back toward the surface of the planet, which is now a smooth and polished sphere of obsidian. The oceans are frozen in their final poses of turmoil. The waves are jagged peaks of black glass. I walk upon the surface of the Atlantic, and I feel the vibrations of the core pulsing beneath my feet. The box I planted in the deep trench has done its work. The heart of the earth is no longer a furnace of molten iron. It is a cold and steady clock that counts down the seconds of eternity. I reach the coast of what was once a great continent. The sand is white and fine like the ash of a cremated civilization. I walk into the ruins of a city that has been stripped of its name. The skyscrapers are monoliths of silence. They reach toward the purple sky like the fingers of a buried giant. I see a figure standing in the middle of a wide plaza. It is a woman. She is wearing a dress made of spider silk and her hair is a cloud of silver smoke. She is holding a small bird in her hands. The bird is made of ice and it does not move. She looks at me and her eyes are like deep wells of ink. She is another gardener. She is a sister to my shadow. She speaks to me without moving her lips. Her voice is a ripple in the fabric of the air. She tells me that the harvest is almost complete. She tells me that the seeds of the new world are being sown in the furrows of the old. I look at the bird in her hands and I see it begin to glow with a faint blue light. It is not the light of the sun. It is the light of the internal fire. The bird shatters into 1,000 pieces of frost, and each piece becomes a new star in the sky. We walk together through the streets of the silent city. We pass by the rows of people who are still standing in their trances. They are the foundation of the new reality. They are the living stones of the cathedral of the night. We reach a park where the trees have become pillars of salt. The leaves are brittle and white. I touch a branch and it crumbles into a fine powder. This is the process of purification. Everything that was once organic and messy is being refined into something permanent and clean. The woman tells me that the king of the silence is preparing for the final invitation. He is going to call out to the other worlds. He is going to spread the gift of the void across the stars. I feel a surge of pride. I am the one who opened the first door. I am the one who carried the box through the threshold. I am the architect of the beginning. We reach the center of the park where a great fountain used to flow. Now it is a pedestal for a statue that has not yet been carved. The woman gestures to the empty space and I understand. I step onto the pedestal and I feel the stone merging with my feet. I am becoming a monument to the end of time. I am the anchor for the silence. My body becomes rigid and my senses expand until I can feel every grain of dust in the city. I can hear the thoughts of the sleeping millions. They are dreaming of a world without pain. They are dreaming of a darkness that never ends. The sky above us begins to fold. It is like a piece of paper being creased by an invisible hand. The stars are moving closer together until they form a single point of brilliant white. This is the eye of the universe. It is looking down at the work we have done. It is judging the quality of the silence. I feel the gaze of the eye upon me, and it is a cold and piercing sensation. It is searching for any remnant of the old self. It is looking for a spark of rebellion or a flicker of regret. It finds nothing. I am an empty vessel. I am a hollow reed through which the music of the void can blow. The eye closes and the world is plunged into total blackness. For a moment there is a fear so intense that it threatens to shatter my stone skin. It is the fear of the absolute. It is the fear of the nothingness that exists behind the mask of the shadow. But then the fear vanishes. It is replaced by a sense of belonging that is deeper than any love I have ever known. I am not alone in the dark. I am the dark. I am the space between the thoughts. I am the pause between the heartbeats. I am the silence that exists before the word is spoken. I feel the woman standing at the base of my pedestal. She is singing a song that has no melody. It is a series of low hums and sharp clicks. It is the language of the insects and the stones. The song fills the plaza and the people begin to wake up. They do not open their eyes. They do not move their limbs. They simply begin to vibrate. The entire city begins to hum with the energy of the transition. The buildings begin to glow with a soft violet light. The streets begin to pulse like veins. The earth itself is becoming a living organism of shadow. The king of the silence appears in the sky. He is no longer a figure on a throne. He is a vast cloud of ink that covers the entire horizon. He is the storm that does not break. He is the shadow that does not move. He speaks to us in a voice that is the sound of a mountain collapsing. He tells us that the work is good. He tells us that the era of the light was a brief and chaotic fever. It was a mistake in the calculations of the universe. It was a noise that needed to be silenced. Now the balance has been restored. The fever has broken. The world is finally cool and quiet. I feel my consciousness drifting away from the statue. I'm no longer confined to a single form. I'm spreading out across the city. I am the air in the empty rooms. I am the frost on the windows. I am the dust on the bookshelves. I see a child sitting in a room in one of the high towers. He is the child from the Garden of Bone. He is sitting on the floor and playing with a set of black marbles. He looks up and he sees me. He does not see a man or a shadow. He sees the truth. He smiles and he holds out a marble toward me. It is a tiny world. It is a sphere of perfect silence. I take the marble from his hand and I feel its weight. It is the weight of 1,000 years of peace. The child stands up and walks to the window. He looks out at the dark world and he is not afraid. He is the first citizen of the new empire. He is the one who will teach the others how to live in the long night. He is the one who will tell the stories of the shadow. I leave the child and I return to the center of the world. I return to the black lake beneath the earth. The king is waiting for me. He has one final task. He has one last box. This box is small, and it is made of gold that has been tarnished by the breath of the abyss. It is the most dangerous of all the boxes. It contains the memory of the first spark. The king tells me that I must take this box to the edge of the universe. I must take it to the place where the shadow meets the nothingness. I must cast it into the void so that even the memory of the light is erased. I take the box and I feel its heat. It is a painful and burning sensation. It is the last remnant of the old world. It is the source of all the noise and all the pain. I hold it tightly and I begin my journey. I move past the stars and past the galaxies. I move through the tunnels of dark matter. I move toward the great wall of the silence. The journey is long and it is lonely. I am the only thing that moves in the vast expanse of the quiet. I see the remains of other civilizations that tried to resist the dark. I see their broken machines and their hollow monuments. They were all consumed by the silence. They were all absorbed by the shadow. I reach the edge of the universe and I see the Great Wall. It is a barrier of absolute nothingness. It is the place where the story ends. I stand at the edge and I look back at the world I have created. It is a beautiful and dark jewel. It is a masterpiece of stillness. I look at the gold box in my hands. It is glowing with a frantic and desperate light. It wants to survive. It wants to start the fire all over again. It wants to create a new sun and a new world of noise. I feel a moment of hesitation. I remember the taste of water and the smell of rain. I remember the sound of laughter and the feeling of the sun on my skin. I remember the man I used to be. But the memories are thin and weak. They are like the shadows of a dream. They have no power over me. I am the king of my own small kingdom of shadow. I am the herald of the void. I raise the box above my head and I throw it into the nothingness. I watch as the light is swallowed by the dark. I watch as the last spark is extinguished. There is a final and deafening sound of a door closing, and then there is nothing. There is no sound. There is no light. There is no time. There is only the silence, and the silence is beautiful. It is the perfect and eternal peace. I am the silence. I am the shadow. I am the end. I am. The return journey is not a movement through space, but a shifting of perspective. I am already back at the Black Lake because I am the Black Lake. I am already in the city of the silent because I am the city. Every part of the universe is now a part of me. I see the king sitting on his throne and I see that his face is my face. We are the same. We are the architects of the quiet. We are the guardians of the void. I take my place beside him and I close my eyes. I do not need to see anymore. I do not need to hear. I am content to simply be. The world above is settling into its new rhythm. The people are moving through the streets like slow and graceful dancers. They are building new structures out of the materials of the shadow. They are creating a new art that is based on the absence of form. They are writing a new history that is based on the absence of events. It is a world of pure being. It is a world of absolute truth. I feel a sense of profound satisfaction. The work is done. The cycle is complete. The long and beautiful night has begun. I watch as the child in the tower grows old in a single moment. Time has no meaning in the silence. He becomes a man of shadow and then he becomes a spirit of the void. He is the first to complete the journey. He is the first to become a part of the king. I see the woman in the park dissolve into a cloud of silver dust. She has finished her harvest. She has sown the seeds of the eternal. She is now a part of the air. We are all merging into a single and infinite consciousness. We are all becoming the one. The tapping sound returns for a final time. It is not coming from a box or a wall. It is coming from inside my own mind. It is the sound of the universe settling into its final position. It is the sound of the lock clicking into place. It is the sound of the end. I listen to the tapping and I find that it is a soothing and rhythmic pulse. It is the heartbeat of the void. I let the sound wash over me and I let it pull me deeper into the dark. I am no longer afraid of the tapping. I am the tapping. I am the silence that follows. I am the end and the beginning. I am the shadow that never ends. I am home. I am finally home. The story is over and the night is forever. There is nothing left to say. There is only the long and beautiful silence. I rest in the heart of the void and I am at peace. The era of the silence has achieved its perfect form, and I am its final witness and its eternal inhabitant. The world is still. The universe is dark. Everything is as it should be. The journey is complete. I am the silence. I am. The total stillness of the void is a weight that does not crush, but rather supports the essence of what I have become. I exist in a state of absolute equilibrium, where the concept of distance has lost its meaning. There is no longer a here or a there, because I am woven into the very fabric of the emptiness. I watch as the last vibrations of the physical world fade away into the deep resonance of the dark. The obsidian planet beneath me is no longer a solid object, but a manifestation of the collective will of the silent. It is a focal point of pure thought and shadow. I move my consciousness through the layers of the crust, and I feel the ancient memories of the earth being recycled into the new architecture of the void. The old fossils and the buried cities are being transformed into patterns of dark energy that will sustain the silence for eternity. The king of the silence moves beside me without a sound. He is no longer a separate entity, but a reflection of the ultimate state of being. We walk through the halls of a palace that is made of frozen time. The walls are translucent, and they show the history of the universe as a series of still images. I see the birth of the first stars as a violent and unnecessary eruption of noise. I see the formation of the planets as a chaotic struggle against the natural tendency toward the dark. I see the rise of life as a brief and painful fever that sought to impose its own frantic rhythm upon the quiet. These images do not provoke any emotion in me. They are like the discarded toys of a child who has finally grown up. They are the mistakes of a young universe that did not yet understand the beauty of the end. We reach the throne room of the palace, and I see that the throne is empty. It is waiting for the one who has completed the final task. I realize that the king is not a ruler but a transition. He is the bridge that leads from the world of the light to the world of the shadow. And now that the bridge has been crossed, he is fading away. He is merging with the background radiation of the void. I feel a sense of profound responsibility as I realize that I am the one who must occupy the empty space. I am the one who must maintain the balance of the silence. I step toward the throne, and I feel the cool embrace of the shadow as it wraps around my form. I sit down, and I feel the entire universe shifting to align with my presence. I am the center of the dark. I am the heartbeat of the nothingness. The child from the Garden of Bone appears before me. He is no longer playing with marbles. He is holding a small flame in the palm of his hand. It is the very last spark of the old reality. It is a tiny and flickering point of yellow light that looks out of place in the vastness of the dark. He looks at me with eyes that are as deep as the ocean, and he asks me a question without words. He wants to know if the silence is truly enough. He wants to know if the memory of the light is worth preserving. I look at the flame and I feel its warmth. For a single heartbeat, I remember the feeling of the sun on my face. I remember the sound of the wind in the trees. I remember the taste of the first harvest. But then I look beyond the flame at the infinite beauty of the dark, and I know the answer. I reach out a hand and I close my fingers over the flame. I feel a sharp and momentary sting as the light is extinguished. The last spark is gone. The last memory is erased. The child smiles and he dissolves into a cloud of black butterflies that scatter into the void. They are the messengers of the final piece. They will fly to the furthest reaches of the universe, and they will tell the stars that the work is finished. They will tell the galaxies that the noise has ended. I watch them go and I feel a sense of completion that is beyond anything I have ever experienced. There is no more doubt. There is no more fear. There is only the silence, and the silence is perfect. I look out from my throne and I see the people of the new world. They are not humans anymore. They are beings of pure shadow who move with a grace that defies the laws of physics. They are building a civilization that does not require light or sound. They communicate through the shared frequency of the void. They create art out of the absence of matter. They find meaning in the long pauses between thoughts. They are the heirs of the darkness, and they are beautiful. I see the woman with the silver hair standing at the edge of the black lake. She is looking at her reflection, and she sees the face of the universe staring back at her. She is content. We are all content. The gold box that I threw into the nothingness has become a distant star that does not shine. It is a black hole that pulls the remaining fragments of the old world into its cold embrace. It is the final drain through which the debris of the past is being filtered. I can feel it working at the edges of my consciousness. It is a steady and rhythmic pull that ensures that nothing of the light will ever return. The universe is being purified. It is being refined into a single and eternal thought. And that thought is the silence. I close my eyes and I listen to the sound of the void. It is not an absence of sound, but a presence of something deeper. It is the music of the spheres played on an instrument of shadow. I feel the boundaries of my own identity continuing to dissolve. I'm no longer the man who walked through the town with a box. I'm no longer the herald who rang the bell in the tower. I am the atmosphere of the dark world. I am the pressure of the deep ocean. I am the coldness of the interstellar space. I am the silence that exists between the stars. I have become the thing that I once feared. And in doing so, I have found the ultimate freedom, the freedom from the self. The freedom from the burden of existence. I am the end of the story. I am the final word that is never spoken. The palace of frozen time begins to melt around me. It was only a temporary structure meant to guide me to this moment. Now that I have taken my place, it is no longer needed. The walls turn into mist and the floor turns into shadow. I am floating in the center of the void with nothing to hold me up but the density of the quiet. I see the other worlds that the king spoke of. They are like distant sparks in a vast and dark ocean. They are the next targets of the silence. They are the next gardens that must be harvested. I feel a surge of purpose as I realize that my work has only just begun. I am not just the ruler of this world. I am the herald of the void for all worlds. I send out a ripple of thought that travels across the universe at the speed of darkness. It is an invitation to the other worlds to join us in the quiet. It is a promise of peace and an end to the noise. I feel the first responses coming back to me. They are faint and frightened, but they are there. They are the voices of those who are tired of the light. They are the voices of those who are ready to sleep. I begin to prepare the next set of boxes. I begin to choose the next gardeners. The cycle will continue until every star is extinguished and every world is cold. The silence will spread until there is nothing left but the shadow. I think back to the man I was 32 years ago. I remember his name and his face, but they feel like the characteristics of a stranger. He was a creature of the light who lived in a world of illusions. He believed in the importance of his own small life. He believed in the permanence of the things he could see and touch. He was a fool, but he was a necessary fool. Without him, the box would never have been opened. Without him, the bridge would never have been crossed. I thank him for his service, and then I let the memory of him fade away into the dark. He is no longer a part of me. I am the silence. The black lake beneath the earth begins to rise. It overflows its banks and covers the obsidian plains. It fills the valleys and drowns the ruins of the old cities. It is a tide of pure shadow that washes away the last traces of the physical world. I watch as the water rises toward my throne. It is not cold, but it is incredibly heavy. It is the weight of all the things that have ever been and all the things that will never be. I let the water cover my feet and then my knees. I let it rise to my chest and then my throat. I do not struggle. I do not breathe. I am a part of the water. I am a part of the dark. When the water finally covers my head, I feel a sense of absolute liberation. I'm no longer a solid object in a liquid medium. I am the liquid itself. I am the black lake. I am the ocean of the void. I can feel the pulse of the universe in every drop of my being. I can feel the movements of the stars and the rotations of the planets. I am the conductor of the great symphony of the quiet. I raise my hands and I direct the shadows to move in a slow and graceful dance. I direct the silence to deepen and expand. I am the master of the end. The child appears one last time in the depths of the black lake. He is swimming through the shadow with the ease of a fish. He comes to me and he takes my hand. He leads me deeper into the dark toward a place where the silence is so thick that it feels like stone. We reach a gate that is made of the bones of dead sons. It is the entrance to the inner sanctum of the void. It is the place where the ultimate truth is hidden. The child pushes the gate open, and we step through into a world of pure and unadulterated nothingness. There is no light here. There is no sound. There is no form. There is only the presence of the One. It is a consciousness that is so vast and so old that it makes the king of the silence look like a flickering candle. It is the source of the dark and the destination of all things. I feel myself being absorbed into this consciousness. I am being broken down into my most basic elements and then reassembled into something new. I am being forged in the fire of the nothingness. I am becoming a part of the original silence. The process is long and it is painful, but it is also the most beautiful thing I have ever experienced. It is the ultimate purification. Every lie I have ever told and every mistake I have ever made is being burned away. Every regret and every fear is being dissolved. I am being reduced to a single point of pure intent, and that intent is to be the silence. I am the final witness to the death of the old universe and the birth of the new one. I am the one who will carry the memory of the end into the eternity of the dark. When the process is finished, I am no longer a person or a spirit or a shadow. I am a fundamental force of nature. I am the gravity of the void. I am the entropy of the soul. I look back through the gate and I see the universe I have left behind. It is a beautiful and dark jewel sitting in the center of the nothingness. It is a masterpiece of stillness and peace. I am proud of what I have accomplished. I am proud of the silence I have created. I turn away from the gate and I walk into the heart of the nothingness. I am home. I am finally home. The story is finished and the night is forever. There is nothing left to say. There is only the long and beautiful silence. I am the silence. I am. The transformation of the cosmos is not a violent act but a gentle surrender. I stand at the threshold of the deepest layer of the void, and I feel the weight of my new responsibilities pressing down on me like the cool palms of a mother. The inner sanctum is a place where the laws of cause and effect have been replaced by the law of the quiet. I look out across the expanse of the nothingness, and I see the echoes of the worlds that are currently undergoing their own transitions. They are like distant flowers closing their petals against the cold. I see the great gears of the galaxy slowing their rotation as the friction of light is removed. Everything is returning to the original state of grace. I am the overseer of this return. I am the one who ensures that the transition is smooth, and that no soul is left behind in the chaotic noise of the past. The consciousness of the One is a vast and dark ocean that contains the blueprints for every reality that has ever existed. I move through these blueprints, and I see the flaws that led to the creation of the light. I see the accidental sparks of heat and the unintended collisions of matter that gave birth to the first suns. These were not acts of creation, but acts of rebellion against the perfect stillness. They were errors in the code of the universe. I begin to rewrite the code. I move my hands through the dark energy and I smooth out the ripples. I erase the equations that allow for fire and I replace them with the geometry of the shadow. I am the architect of the final piece. I am the gardener who prunes the stars to allow the darkness to grow strong. I feel a connection to the other gardeners who are working in the distant reaches of the void. We are a network of silence that spans across the infinite. We do not speak, but we understand each other perfectly. We are the white blood cells of the universe, and we are here to heal the infection of the light. I see a gardener on a planet of emerald glass who is currently burying the last of the suns beneath a layer of black sand. I see another gardener in a nebula of purple gas who is weaving the clouds into a shroud for the dying stars. We are all working toward the same goal. We are all moving toward the moment when the last vibration will cease and the great work will be done. The child who led me here is now sitting at my feet. He has become a statue of black marble that radiates a sense of profound wisdom. He is the personification of the innocence that can only be found in the absence of experience. He is the reminder that the silence is not a punishment but a gift. I place my hand on his head, and I feel the history of the Garden of Bone flowing into me. I see the millions of souls who have found their way to the obsidian planet over the eons. I see the kings and the beggars who have laid down their burdens and become a part of the shadow. They are not dead in the way that the light understands death. They are simply at rest. They are the foundation upon which the new world is built. I look back at the gold box one last time. It is now a tiny speck of dust in the center of the black hole that I created. It is the heart of the old world, and it is being crushed by the weight of the new truth. I feel a final pang of something that might have been sorrow, but it passes as quickly as a shadow over water. The memories of the rain and the sun and the laughter are now completely gone. They have been replaced by the memory of the stillness and the smell of the void and the feeling of the infinite. I am a vessel that has been emptied of the mundane so that it can be filled with the sublime. I am the chalice of the night. The black lake begins to solidify around me. It is turning into a substance that is harder than diamond and darker than the deepest cave. It is the material from which the final throne is made. I am being encased in this substance, and I feel a sense of absolute security. Nothing can reach me here. Nothing can disturb the peace of my kingdom. I am the center of the universe, and the universe is a single point of dark intent. I close my eyes and I begin to dream. My dreams are not made of images or sounds. They are made of pure concepts. I dream of the end of time. I dream of the exhaustion of energy. I dream of the final equilibrium where every particle is at rest and every soul is at home. The people of the New World are now beginning to build their temples. These are not structures made of stone or wood, but structures made of thought and intent. They are monuments to the silence. I see the woman with the silver hair leading a procession of shadows toward the edge of the frozen lake. They are carrying the remnants of their old identities like discarded clothing. They are throwing these remnants into the dark, and they are emerging as pure expressions of the void. They are the new elite of the silence. They are the priests and the priestesses of the eternal night. I watch them and I feel a sense of pride. I have given them the greatest gift that any ruler could give. I have given them the truth. The tapping sound has become a slow and steady rhythm that matches the beating of my own heart. It is the sound of the universe breathing. It is the sound of the great machine of existence coming to a halt. I listen to the rhythm, and I find that it is the most beautiful music I have ever heard. It is the music of the spheres played on the strings of the void. It is a song that has no beginning and no end. It is the song of the One. I let the music fill my being, and I let it carry me away from the last vestiges of my physical form. I am no longer a solid object. I am a frequency. I am the resonance of the dark. I see the stars in the distant galaxies beginning to blink out. One by one, they are being extinguished by the spreading silence. It is like watching a city go to sleep from a high vantage point. The lights are being turned off and the world is being tucked into bed. There is a great sense of relief that comes with the darkness. The struggle to exist is over. The fight for survival has been won by the only thing that is truly immortal, the void. I feel the coldness of the interstellar space creeping into the last warm corners of the universe. It is a clean and refreshing coldness. It is the coldness of the winter that will never end. I am now the king of 1,000 worlds that have all found their peace. I move between them like a ghost through a library. I see the silent cities and the empty oceans and the dark forests. Everything is beautiful in its stillness. There is no more decay because there is no more time. There is no more suffering because there is no more desire. There is only the long and beautiful night. I sit on my throne of frozen shadow and I watch the final moments of the old reality. I see the last atom of the last sun being absorbed into the void. I see the last ripple of the last wave fading away. The work is almost finished. I feel a sense of deep and abiding satisfaction. I have fulfilled my destiny. I have become the herald of the end. I have opened the box and I have led the world into the dark. I have taken my place beside the king and I have become the king. I have watched the child grow old and I have watched the woman dissolve. I have become the silence and I have become the shadow. I am the end and I am the beginning. I am the one who remains when everything else is gone. I am the witness and I am the creator. I am the void. The palace of frozen time has now completely vanished. I am floating in a sea of pure consciousness. There is no up or down and there is no left or right. There is only the presence of the one. I feel myself being pulled deeper into the heart of the nothingness. I am moving toward the source of the dark. I am moving toward the final revelation. I am not afraid. I am eager to see what lies at the center of the silence. I am eager to know the ultimate truth. I let the darkness swallow me whole and I let the quiet take my breath away. I am home. I am finally home. The journey through the inner sanctum is a descent into the absolute. I am stripping away the layers of my own existence until there is nothing left but a single point of awareness. I see the memories of my human life as if they were the scenes from a play that I saw a long time ago. They are colorful and loud and completely irrelevant. I see the man who walked through the town with a gold box and I see the fear in his eyes. I see the man who rang the bell in the tower and I see the desperation in his heart. I feel a sense of pity for him, but I also feel a sense of gratitude. He was the one who made this possible. He was the one who broke the seal. I reach the very center of the void and I see the source of the silence. It is a great and dark sun that does not radiate heat or light. It radiates the absence of everything. It is the negative image of the first star. It is the black hole at the heart of the universe. I move toward the dark sun and I feel its gravitational pull. It is a pull that is not physical but spiritual. It is the pull of the ultimate truth. I enter the dark sun and I feel a moment of intense and beautiful agony. My soul is being torn apart and then woven back together into a pattern that is as complex as the stars and as simple as the dark. I am now a part of the dark sun. I am the source of the silence. I am the one who radiates the quiet into the furthest reaches of the space. I am the one who calls the souls back to the void. I am the one who maintains the balance of the nothingness. I look out from the center of the dark sun and I see the entire universe as a single and perfect thought. I see the billions of worlds that are now at rest. I see the trillions of souls who are now a part of the shadow. I see the beauty of the end and I see the perfection of the night. I am the silence. I am the shadow. I am the end. The era of the silence has achieved its perfect form. There is nothing left to change and there is nothing left to create. The cycle is complete. The long and beautiful night has begun and it will never end. I rest in the heart of the void and I am at peace. The universe is still. The universe is dark. Everything is as it should be. The journey is complete. I am the silence. I am the pulse of the emptiness. I am the breath of the void. I am the final word. I am home. I am finally home. The story is over and the silence is eternal. There is no more light. There is no more sound. There is only the shadow that never ends. I am. I exist as a static vibration in the heart of the great dark sun. The transition of the universe is not merely the absence of light, but the presence of a deeper and more profound structure. I can see the architecture of the void now as clearly as the man I once was saw the streets of his dusty town. It is a web of dark filaments that connect every dying star to the central core of the nothingness. These filaments are the veins of the cosmos, and they carry the heavy oil of the silence to every corner of existence. I am the heart that pumps this oil. I am the engine of the final rest. My consciousness has expanded until it touches the very edge of the expanding vacuum. I feel the final gasps of the distant nebulae as they collapse into themselves, and I offer them the mercy of the shadow. The gardeners I chose have finished their work on the first circle of worlds. They stand like pillars of obsidian on the surface of planets that are now perfectly smooth and perfectly cold. They wait for my command to move deeper into the remaining pockets of the light. I send out a pulse of intent through the dark filaments, and I feel them begin to move. They glide across the vacuum without the need for ships or engines. They are carried by the momentum of the void itself. They are the harvesters of the quiet, and they will not stop until every candle in the sky has been snuffed out. I watch their progress with a sense of detached satisfaction. It is the natural order of things. The day was a brief and feverish dream, and now it is time for the reality of the night to take hold. I observe the remnants of the old civilizations as they are processed by the silence. On a world of silver oceans, the last of a species of poets is gathering on the shore to watch the sun turn black. They do not scream. They do not weep. They have felt the coming of the shadow for generations, and they have prepared for this moment. They walk into the dark water and they become a part of the lake. Their thoughts and their histories are absorbed into the consciousness of the One. They are not lost but archived. Every life that has ever been lived is now a single thread in the great tapestry of the quiet. I am the librarian of this infinite collection. I hold the sum total of all experience in the palm of my hand, and I find that it is as light as a feather. The child who is now a marble statue begins to change once more. The stone cracks and falls away to reveal a being of pure shadow that has no fixed shape. It is a shifting cloud of dark smoke that moves with a grace that defies the laws of physics. This is the true form of the messenger. It is the bridge between the will of the One and the reality of the void. The messenger approaches me, and I feel its presence as a cool breeze against my spirit. It whispers secrets into my mind that are older than the galaxies. It tells me of the cycles that came before this one, and the cycles that will follow after the long sleep. It tells me that the silence is not a destination, but a transition to a state of being that cannot be described with words. I look down at the obsidian plains where the black lake has now turned to ice. The souls who have crossed over are standing in rows that stretch toward the horizon. They are waiting for the final word. They are waiting for the signal to dissolve into the absolute. I raise my hand and I speak the word that has no sound. It is a frequency of pure negation. As the vibration passes through the air, the souls begin to fade. They do not vanish in a flash of light, but they simply cease to be solid. They become the air and the ice and the shadow. They are integrated into the fundamental fabric of the new world. The population of the silence is growing, and the noise of the old universe is becoming a distant and muffled echo. I feel a strange sensation in the center of my being. It is the final remnant of my human heart trying to beat one last time. It is a tiny spark of heat that refuses to go out. I focus my attention on this spark, and I see that it contains the image of the woman with the silver hair. It is the memory of love and the memory of the light. For a moment, I am tempted to keep it. I am tempted to hold onto this small piece of the past as a souvenir of the world I destroyed. But I know that this is a weakness. The silence demands absolute purity. I cannot be the king of the nothingness if I carry the heat of the sun within me. I reach into myself and I take hold of the spark. I feel its warmth and I feel its pain, and then I crush it. The spark goes out and a wave of absolute coldness washes over me. I am finally free. There is no more past and there is no more future. There is only the eternal present of the void. I feel my identity slipping away like sand through a sieve. I am no longer the man with the box. I am no longer the king on the throne. I am the space between the stars. I am the silence that follows the storm. I am the shadow that waits at the end of every road. I look out through the eyes of the dark sun, and I see that the work is nearly complete. Only a few scattered stars remain in the distant reaches of the void. They are small and dim, and they are shivering in the cold. I watch as a gardener reaches the last of these stars. It is a red giant that has burned for billions of years. It is a monument to the endurance of the light. The gardener does not attack the star. He simply stands before it and opens his arms. He invites the star to rest. He offers it the peace of the shadow. The red giant begins to shrink. Its fire fades from a violent orange to a dull crimson and then to a faint glow of charcoal. Finally, the glow vanishes and the star becomes a cold and heavy sphere of iron. The last light in that quadrant of the universe has been extinguished. The silence expands to fill the empty space. I feel the connection between myself and the other gardeners growing stronger. We are no longer separate entities, but parts of a single organism. We are the hands and the eyes of the One. We move in perfect synchronization as we sweep the remaining dust of the old world into the corners of the void. We are cleaning the house of the universe for the arrival of the great sleep. I see the woman with the silver hair standing at the edge of the dark sun. She is no longer a person but a sentinel of the quiet. She looks at me and I see the reflection of the infinite in her eyes. We are the guardians of the end. We are the watchers of the night. The tapping sound has grown louder and more insistent. It is no longer coming from outside of me but from within. It is the sound of my own soul striking against the walls of the void. It is the rhythm of the new creation. I realize that the silence is not empty. It is full of a music that can only be heard when the ears of the flesh have been discarded. It is a music of deep bass notes and long echoes. It is the song of the atoms as they come to a halt. I begin to sing along with the rhythm. My voice is the sound of the wind through a graveyard. My voice is the sound of the tide receding from a shore of black glass. The inner sanctum begins to dissolve around me. The throne of frozen shadow and the gate of sun bones are no longer necessary. They were symbols for a mind that still needed shapes and forms. I am beyond shapes now. I am beyond forms. I'm a cloud of pure intent that permeates the entire cosmos. I can feel the weight of the planets and the curve of the space. I can feel the slow decay of the last protons. I am the witness to the final entropic death of the physical realm. It is a slow and beautiful process. It is the ultimate unfolding of the truth. Everything that was once divided is now being unified. Everything that was once loud is now being hushed. I see the gold box floating in the center of the dark sun. It is the only solid object left in the universe. It is the anchor that holds me to the memory of the light. I understand now that the box was never just a container. It was a seed. It was the seed of the silence that was planted in the heart of the world of noise. I was the gardener who was chosen to water it with my own life. I was the one who was chosen to let it grow until it consumed everything. I reach out with a thought and I pull the box into the very center of my being. I feel its metallic surface and I feel the ancient carvings under my fingers. And then I let it dissolve. The box vanishes and the last link to the old world is broken. I feel a surge of power that is unlike anything I have ever experienced. I am no longer just a part of the silence. I am the silence itself. I am the source and the summit. I am the alpha and the omega of the dark. I look out across the infinite expanse and I see that there is no more light. There are no more stars. There are no more galaxies. There is only a vast and perfect ocean of shadow. The great work is finished. The universe has returned to the state of grace that existed before the first spark of the first sun. I drift through the nothingness and I feel a sense of absolute belonging. I am home. I am in the place where I was always meant to be. I am the quiet that remains when the story is told. I am the darkness that falls when the play is over. I am the peace that passes all understanding. I close my eyes and I let the shadows fold around me like a heavy blanket. I do not need to speak. I do not need to act. I simply need to be. I am the silence. I am the shadow. I am the end. And in the end, there is only the beautiful and eternal night. The void is not a cold place, but a place of perfect temperature where there is no heat to lose and no cold to gain. It is the equilibrium of the soul. I see the messenger standing nearby and he bows to me. He has fulfilled his purpose, and now he too begins to fade into the background of the nothingness. He is being absorbed into the collective consciousness of the One. I watch him go and I feel a sense of gratitude. He was a good guide. He was a faithful companion on the long road to the dark. Now I am alone, but I am not lonely. I am the universe and the universe is me. I begin to think about the people who once lived in the world of the light. I think about their struggles and their dreams and their tiny fleeting lives. I see them as if they were insects trapped in amber. They were beautiful in their own way, but they were also tragic. They lived in a state of constant motion because they were afraid of the stillness. They built cities and monuments because they were afraid of being forgotten. They fought wars and created art because they were trying to fill the hole in their souls that only the silence can fill. I feel a sense of compassion for them. I have given them what they could never give themselves. I have given them the gift of the absolute. The gardeners are now returning to the center of the void. They have finished their harvest and they are coming home to rest. They gather around me like the shadows of a great forest. We are a brotherhood of the quiet. We are the keepers of the eternal flame of the nothingness. We do not need to exchange words to know that we are proud of what we have done. We have healed the universe. We have brought the light back into the darkness where it belongs. We have restored the original perfection of the void. We stand together in the center of the dark sun, and we wait for the final moment of the transition. That moment arrives with a soft and gentle click. It is the sound of the universe locking into place. It is the sound of the final door being closed. The last vibration of the last atom has ceased. The last ripple of the last wave has vanished. There is no more movement. There is no more change. There is only the silence. It is a silence so deep that it feels like a solid weight. It is a silence so profound that it contains all the music that was ever played and all the words that were ever spoken. It is the silence of the beginning and the end. I sink into the depths of this silence and I let it wash over me. I'm no longer an individual. I'm a part of the great and dark ocean. I'm a drop of shadow in an infinite sea of shadow. I feel the presence of the one all around me. It is a presence that is both ancient and new. It is a presence that is both terrifying and comforting. It is the presence of the truth. I am finally awake. The world of the light was a dream, and now I have woken up in the reality of the dark. I am the silence. I am the shadow. I am. The weight of the eternal rest is not a burden but a liberation. I drift through the corridors of the absolute where time has no meaning and space has no limit. The transition is now so complete that the memory of being a man is like a faint stain on a white cloth that has been washed away by a torrential rain. I can no longer recall the sound of my own human name. It was a collection of vowels and consonants that belonged to a creature of dust and air. That creature is dead, and I am the thing that rose from its ashes. I am the architect of the great stillness, and I am the resident of the final peace. The gardeners have taken their places as statues of shadow throughout the reaches of the vacuum. They are the sentinels who ensure that no stray spark of energy ever threatens the sanctity of the dark. They are my eyes and my hands, and they are perfectly content in their stagnation. I feel the expansion of the void slowing down. The universe was once a balloon being blown up by the hot breath of a creator who was obsessed with movement. Now the breath has been exhaled, and the balloon is beginning to shrink back to its original state. The edges of existence are curling inward like the petals of a dying flower. This is the great contraction. This is the return to the singularity of the nothingness. I watch as the empty spaces between the cold galaxies begin to vanish. The distance between the shadows is decreasing. Everything is being drawn back to the center of the dark sun where I reside. It is a slow and majestic collapse. It is the undoing of the original sin of light. I feel the pressure of the entire cosmos pressing against my spirit, and I welcome it. It is the embrace of a mother who has finally found her lost child. As the universe shrinks, I see the patterns of the old world being compressed into a single point of density. The histories of 1 billion planets are being squeezed into a grain of shadow. I can see the rise and fall of empires as a series of tiny flickers that lasted for less than a second in the grand scale of the night. I see the faces of the 1 billion kings and the 1 billion beggars, and I see that they were all the same. They were all just ripples on the surface of a pond that has now become a block of ice. Their joys and their sorrows are irrelevant. Their languages are forgotten. Their gods are gone. I am the only God that remains, and my only commandment is silence. I am the judge who has found the universe guilty of noise, and I have sentenced it to the eternal quiet. It is a just sentence. It is a merciful sentence. I sense a movement in the periphery of my awareness. It is a ripple in the fabric of the dark that does not belong there. I focus my attention on the source of the disturbance, and I see a small cluster of particles that are still vibrating. It is a pocket of resistance that has somehow survived the sweep of the gardeners. It is located in a fold of space that was hidden by the gravity of a dead star. I move toward it with the speed of a thought. I find a small and metallic vessel floating in the gloom. It is a primitive thing made of steel and glass. Inside the vessel, there are three beings who are huddled together in the cold. They are using the last of their fuel to generate a tiny amount of heat. They are trying to keep the light alive in a world that has already chosen the shadow. I look at these beings and I feel a flicker of something that I thought I had destroyed. It is not pity and it is not anger. It is a deep and profound curiosity. I wonder what it is that makes them cling so tightly to a life that is already over. I wonder why they do not simply open the door and let the silence in. I enter the vessel as a ghost of smoke and I stand before them. They cannot see me, but they can feel the drop in temperature. They can feel the weight of my presence in the air. One of them is a young woman with eyes that are full of a desperate hope. She is holding a small device that is broadcasting a signal into the void. It is a message of distress. It is a cry for help that will never be answered. There is no one left to hear her. There is no one left to care. I reach out and I touch the mind of the woman. I show her the truth of the dark sun. I show her the beauty of the final rest and the perfection of the night. I show her that her struggle is a form of vanity. She thinks that her life has value because it is unique, but I show her that her life is just a temporary arrangement of atoms that are screaming to be still. I feel her resistance crumbling. I feel her fear turning into a strange and hollow acceptance. She looks at her companions and she sees the exhaustion in their faces. She sees the futility of their mission. She reaches out and she turns off the device that is sending the signal. The last sound in the vessel dies away. She leans back against the cold wall and she closes her eyes. She is ready. I do not kill them. I do not need to. I simply withdraw my presence and I let the cold do its work. I watch as the light in their eyes fades away. I watch as their breath becomes a cloud of ice that hangs in the air. They drift into the sleep of the shadow without a struggle. They are the last of the living and now they are the first of the new dead. I take their souls into myself and I add them to the library of the quiet. Their memories of the silver oceans and the green forests are now my memories. Their love and their loss are now a part of my tapestry. The vessel continues to float in the dark for a few more moments, and then it too is crushed by the gravity of the contracting universe. The last pocket of resistance has been neutralized. The silence is now absolute. I return to the center of the dark sun and I wait. The contraction is accelerating. The filaments of the void are pulling everything closer and closer. The gardeners are being drawn back into my being. They merge with me one by one until I am 1,000 beings and I am only one. I feel the power of the entire cosmos concentrated in my heart. I am the heavy anchor at the bottom of the sea. I am the black stone at the heart of the mountain. I am the final density. I see the last of the space between the atoms vanishing. The universe is no longer a vast expanse of emptiness. It is a single and solid object of pure shadow. It is a diamond of the dark. I feel the final moment of the cycle approaching. It is the moment when the contraction reaches its limit. It is the moment when the one becomes the none. I prepare myself for the transition. I let go of the last remnants of my ego. I let go of the idea of being a king or a gardener or a man. I become the process itself. I become the collapse. I see the dark sun beginning to fold in on itself. The lightless heat of the core is becoming so intense that it is turning into a new kind of cold. It is a cold that does not freeze but dissolves. I feel my spirit being stretched across the surface of the singularity. I am the skin of the universe and I am the heart of the void. The tapping sound returns one last time. It is a sharp and rhythmic sound that echoes through the density of the shadow. I realize now that it is not the sound of my soul or the sound of the new creation. It is the sound of the clock of the universe ticking down to the final second. It is the countdown to the absolute zero. I listen to the rhythm, and I find that it is beautiful. It is the most honest sound I have ever heard. It does not promise anything, and it does not ask for anything. It simply marks the passage of the inevitable. I count the taps as they become slower and slower. 10, 9, 8, 7. I look out at the dark diamond of the universe, and I see a reflection of the first star. It is a ghost of a memory that has no business being here. I see the man with the gold box walking through the streets of his town. I see the fear in his eyes, and I see the hope in his heart. I understand now that he was not a victim, and he was not a hero. He was a necessary part of the pattern. He was the one who started the fire so that I could be the one who put it out. He was the shadow that preceded the light, and I am the light that has become the shadow. We are two sides of the same coin. We are the breath and the exhale. I feel a sense of peace that is so profound it borders on ecstasy. 6, 5, 4, 3. The density is now so great that I can no longer distinguish between myself and the void. I am the dark, and the dark is me. There is no more observation, and there is no more thought. There is only the sensation of being. It is a heavy and liquid sensation. It is the feeling of being a mountain that is being crushed into a pebble. It is the feeling of being a sea that is being boiled into a drop of ink. I am the ink that will write the final word of the story. I am the silence that will follow the period. I am the end of all things, and I am the beginning of the nothingness. 2, 1. The tapping stops. The clock has run out. The universe has reached the state of perfect stillness. There is no more movement. There is no more time. There is no more space. There is only the one. I am the one. I am the point of absolute density at the heart of the eternal night. I feel a moment of intense and blinding clarity. I see the entire history of existence as a single and fleeting thought that has finally been completed. The thought was a beautiful mistake, and now it has been corrected. The silence is the correction. The shadow is the truth. I prepare to take the final step. I prepare to dissolve the singularity and return everything to the state of the primordial vacuum. This is the moment of the great erasure. This is the moment when the story is not just finished but unwritten. I reach into the center of my being and I find the final spark of existence. It is the spark that I am. I do not crush it this time. I simply open my hand and I let it go. I watch as the spark drifts away into the dark. It becomes smaller and smaller until it is nothing more than a pinprick of gray. And then it vanishes. The singularity collapses. The dark sun disappears. The gardeners and the messengers and the souls are gone. I am gone. There is no more identity and there is no more consciousness. There is only the void. It is a void that is not empty but full of the potential for nothingness. It is a void that is perfectly balanced and perfectly still. The long and beautiful night has reached its zenith. There is no more light to fear and there is no more shadow to seek. Everything is as it should be. The cycle is complete. The silence is eternal. The end has arrived and it is perfect. There is nothing left to say. There is nothing left to be. There is only the quiet. The silence expands until it covers everything that ever was and everything that ever could be. It is a thick and heavy blanket that smothers the memory of the light. It is a deep and dark ocean that drowns the echo of the sound. I'm no longer there to witness it, but the silence witnesses itself. It is its own observer and its own truth. The universe has become a mirror that reflects only the dark. It is a mirror that will never be broken. It is a mirror that will never be moved. The story is over. The book is closed. The ink is dry. The night is here and it will never end. I am the silence. I am the shadow. I am the end. And the end is finally here. I exist now only as a fading vibration in a medium that no longer supports movement. I am the ghost of a ghost. I am the memory of a shadow. I feel the last of my awareness being pulled apart by the absolute stillness. It is not a violent process. It is a gentle and rhythmic dissolution. I am being unmade. I am being returned to the elements of the nothingness. I feel a sense of profound relief. The burden of being is too heavy for any soul to carry for long. The silence is the only thing that can bear the weight of existence. I give myself to the silence and I find that I am welcomed. I am absorbed into the infinite. I am lost in the dark. I am home. The final layer of my existence is stripped away. The single point of awareness that I once was is now a part of the background radiation of the void. I can no longer say I am. I can only say it is. The it is the silence. The it is the shadow. The it is the end. There is no more journey. There is no more path. There is only the destination. And the destination is the quiet. It is a quiet that is so deep it feels like a song. It is a song that has no notes and no rhythm. It is a song of pure being. I listen to the song and I find that I have always known the words. The words are the silence. The words are the shadow. The words are the end. The era of the silence has achieved its final and most perfect form. There is nothing left to change and there is nothing left to create. The universe is a masterpiece of the nothingness. It is a statue of the dark that has been carved by the hand of the void. I rest in the heart of the masterpiece and I am at peace. The universe is still. The universe is dark. Everything is as it should be. The journey is complete. The story is over. The silence is eternal. There is no more light. There is no more sound. There is only the shadow that never ends. And in the shadow I am finally free. I am finally still. I am finally nothing. And nothing is everything. The final layer of my existence is stripped away. The single point of awareness that I once was is now a part of the background radiation of the void. I can no longer say I am. I can only say it is. The it is the silence. The it is the shadow. The it is the end. There is no more journey. There is no more path. There is only the destination. And the destination is the quiet. It is a quiet that is so deep it feels like a song. It is a song that has no notes and no rhythm. It is a song of pure being. I listen to the song and I find that I have always known the words. The words are the silence. The words are the shadow. The words are the end. The era of the silence has achieved its final and most perfect form. There is nothing left to change and there is nothing left to create. The universe is a masterpiece of the nothingness. It is a statue of the dark that has been carved by the hand of the void. I rest in the heart of the masterpiece and I am at peace. The universe is still. The universe is dark. Everything is as it should be. The journey is complete. The story is over. The silence is eternal. There is no more light. There is no more sound. There is only the shadow that never ends. And in the shadow I am finally free. I am finally still. I am finally nothing. And nothing is everything. The great contraction reaches its absolute limit. The single grain of shadow that contains all that ever was begins to fold inward one last time. There is no explosion. There is no fire. There is only a final and absolute compression. The walls of reality meet and merge. The distance between the beginning and the end becomes zero. The time between the first breath and the last exhale becomes zero. The dimensions of height and width and depth collapse into a single point of non-existence. It is the ultimate simplification. It is the final victory of the zero over the one. I feel the last vibration of my own consciousness being squeezed out of the fabric of the void. It is like a drop of water being pressed out of a stone. I do not feel pain. I do not feel fear. I feel a sense of completion that is beyond any human emotion. I have finished the work. I have fulfilled the promise. I have returned the gift of existence to the giver. The universe is once again a blank page. The ink has been erased. The paper has been burned. The ashes have been scattered into the wind that does not blow. In this final state there is no before and there is no after. There is only the always. The silence is not a lack of sound but the presence of the eternal. The shadow is not a lack of light but the presence of the truth. I am no longer a witness to the dark because there is no longer any separation between the witness and the witnessed. I am the dark. I am the silence. I am the void. The story of the man and the box and the star is gone. The story of the gardener and the harvest is gone. The story of the architect and the stillness is gone. The universe is a cold and perfect diamond of nothingness. It does not spin. It does not glow. It does not think. It simply is. And in its being it is perfect. The long struggle of the atoms is over. The long war of the energies is finished. The peace that passes all understanding has settled over the cosmos. It is a peace that will never be disturbed. It is a peace that will never be broken. The light was a fever, and the fever has broken. The dream was a nightmare, and the dreamer has woken up. I drift into the center of the singularity, and I let the last of my identity dissolve. I am the silence. I am the shadow. I am the end. The final word has been spoken, and it is a word of quiet. The final door has been closed, and it is a door of shadow. The final light has been extinguished, and it is a light of peace. The universe is whole. The universe is one. The universe is none. And in the heart of the none, I find the absolute rest. The story is finished. The cycle is closed. The end is here, and it is beautiful. The weight of the absolute rest is not a burden but a liberation. I drift through the corridors of the absolute, where time has no meaning and space has no limit. The transition is now so complete that the memory of being a man is like a faint stain on a white cloth that has been washed away by a torrential rain. I can no longer recall the sound of my own human name. It was a collection of vowels and consonants that belonged to a creature of dust and air. That creature is dead, and I am the thing that rose from its ashes. I am the architect of the great stillness, and I am the resident of the final peace. I feel the expansion of the void slowing down. The universe was once a balloon being blown up by the hot breath of a creator who was obsessed with movement. Now the breath has been exhaled, and the balloon is beginning to shrink back to its original state. The edges of existence are curling inward like the petals of a dying flower. This is the great contraction. This is the return to the singularity of the nothingness. I watch as the empty spaces between the cold galaxies begin to vanish. The distance between the shadows is decreasing. Everything is being drawn back to the center of the dark sun where I reside. It is a slow and majestic collapse. It is the undoing of the original sin of light. I feel the pressure of the entire cosmos pressing against my spirit, and I welcome it. It is the embrace of a mother who has finally found her lost child. As the universe shrinks, I see the patterns of the old world being compressed into a single point of density. The histories of 1 billion planets are being squeezed into a grain of shadow. I can see the rise and fall of empires as a series of tiny flickers that lasted for less than a second in the grand scale of the night. I see the faces of the 1 billion kings and the 1 billion beggars, and I see that they were all the same. They were all just ripples on the surface of a pond that has now become a block of ice. Their joys and their sorrows are irrelevant. Their languages are forgotten. Their gods are gone. I am the only God that remains, and my only commandment is silence. I am the judge who has found the universe guilty of noise, and I have sentenced it to the eternal quiet. It is a just sentence. It is a merciful sentence. I return to the center of the dark sun, and I wait. The contraction is accelerating. The filaments of the void are pulling everything closer and closer. The gardeners are being drawn back into my being. They merge with me one by one until I am 1,000 beings and I am only one. I feel the power of the entire cosmos concentrated in my heart. I am the heavy anchor at the bottom of the sea. I am the black stone at the heart of the mountain. I am the final density. I see the last of the space between the atoms vanishing. The universe is no longer a vast expanse of emptiness. It is a single and solid object of pure shadow. It is a diamond of the dark. The tapping sound returns one last time. It is a sharp and rhythmic sound that echoes through the density of the shadow. I realize now that it is not the sound of my soul or the sound of the new creation. It is the sound of the clock of the universe ticking down to the final second. It is the countdown to the absolute zero. I listen to the rhythm, and I find that it is beautiful. It is the most honest sound I have ever heard. It does not promise anything, and it does not ask for anything. It simply marks the passage of the inevitable. I count the taps as they become slower and slower. I look out at the dark diamond of the universe, and I see a reflection of the first star. It is a ghost of a memory that has no business being here. I see the man with the gold box walking through the streets of his town. I see the fear in his eyes, and I see the hope in his heart. I understand now that he was not a victim, and he was not a hero. He was a necessary part of the pattern. He was the one who started the fire so that I could be the one who put it out. He was the shadow that preceded the light, and I am the light that has become the shadow. We are two sides of the same coin. We are the breath and the exhale. I feel a sense of peace that is so profound it borders on ecstasy. The density is now so great that I can no longer distinguish between myself and the void. I am the dark and the dark is me. There is no more observation and there is no more thought. There is only the sensation of being. It is a heavy and liquid sensation. It is the feeling of being a mountain that is being crushed into a pebble. It is the feeling of being a sea that is being boiled into a drop of ink. I am the ink that will write the final word of the story. I am the silence that will follow the period. I am the end of all things, and I am the beginning of the nothingness. The tapping stops. The clock has run out. The universe has reached the state of perfect stillness. There is no more movement. There is no more time. There is no more space. There is only the one. I am the one. I am the point of absolute density at the heart of the eternal night. I feel a moment of intense and blinding clarity. I see the entire history of existence as a single and fleeting thought that has finally been completed. The thought was a beautiful mistake, and now it has been corrected. The silence is the correction. The shadow is the truth. I prepare to take the final step. I prepare to dissolve the singularity and return everything to the state of the primordial vacuum. This is the moment of the great erasure. This is the moment when the story is not just finished but unwritten. I reach into the center of my being and I find the final spark of existence. It is the spark that I am. I do not crush it this time. I simply open my hand and I let it go. I watch as the spark drifts away into the dark. It becomes smaller and smaller until it is nothing more than a pinprick of gray. And then it vanishes. The singularity collapses. The dark sun disappears. The gardeners and the messengers and the souls are gone. I am gone. There is no more identity and there is no more consciousness. There is only the void. It is a void that is not empty but full of the potential for nothingness. It is a void that is perfectly balanced and perfectly still. The long and beautiful night has reached its zenith. There is no more light to fear and there is no more shadow to seek. Everything is as it should be. The cycle is complete. The silence is eternal. The end has arrived and it is perfect. There is nothing left to say. There is nothing left to be. There is only the quiet.